Yes, everyone, you know what time it is. It's your boy Jack and Dave here, bringing you the Friday fan show, Friday afternoon, evening, morning, whatever time it is for you. Come on and have your say. Come on and join us. Come on and speak with us. We have, I guess, a few different things to talk about that are sort of maybe Crystal Palace related. But if you really want to get stuck into the stuff sort of outside of, maybe the upcoming weekend, I think there is some good stuff. Conference League is looking more like what could be the potential European competition that Spurs could be in for. I feel like the likes of Brighton, Liverpool, the rest of them seem to be kind of sort of surging ahead. Of course, we have a huge game coming up against Aston Villa that probably decides this further, but the conversation I think continues for whether you feel like Conference League is still a good competition to be in, whether that still sort of benefits us in some way, like no competition is beneath us kind of mentality, or do you feel like it might just be a bit of a distraction? We also have the likes of Hugo Lloris. Looks like that's confirmed news out for the rest of the season. I want to jump the gun on that one and kind of already make some accusations, but now here's my time to maybe collect some sort of thoughts from the rest of the people on Hugo Lloris and maybe sort of what that could mean. If it's a real injury, if it isn't a real injury, what does that mean? But Dave, I'll shut up now. Let you in here. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good, Jack. I'll be honest, just sort of want this season to be over so I can start looking forward to next season.
Mm,
First of all, I'll start with a big congratulations to our under 18s again.
yes.
Superb fight back yesterday from a 1-0 down. Future looks bright there for sure. Look, on the Hugo Lloris situation, Jack, look, for me, I feel like he's played his last game for the club. But what it does do, it gives us an opportunity over the next 4 days, or the next 4 games, sorry, to sort of have a look at captain options for next season and give someone a trial run, see if they can get this squad together, see if they can exert and show some sort of leadership. So I think, me personally, I think it's a blessing in disguise. You get to look at maybe a captain before it's fully implemented next season. And look, I'll be more looking at maybe a Højbjerg. Potentially Ryan Mason might look at Skip with his age, with Jose Mourinho and Pochettino, touting that he's future captain,
Hmm.
or he has the makings of a future captain. Personally, I wouldn't give it to Harry Kane. I know Mason came out after the Liverpool game and said that he's a leader, stuff like that. He leads by example on the pitch and through his performances and stuff like that. But he had a trial run of captaincy under Hugo Lloris, and we didn't really see too much more different. Now, look, it could very well be the same if a Højbjerg or a Skip get captaincy. Like underneath the
Yeah.
managers when at Conte, we haven't really seen anything too different either. So it could just be that everyone right now is damaged goods, and it's just sort of putting it out to the end of the season. But it's a real opportunity for one of them players to really stand up and put their name forward for the captaincy, Jacko.
Yeah, it really is. And it's also an opportunity as well, I think, to sort of see how the team is, maybe without the likes of Hugo Lloris. I think we've been just as rocky, probably just as shaky, to be fair. But at the same time, we have been sort of bouncing back in games and we have been recovering. There is a bit of a split opinion, right, on how sort of the team maybe came together in that Liverpool game. A lot of people feel like kind of same old Spurs. Some people feel like, you know what, maybe there's some, semblance of, people sticking together here. Maybe not the whole squad is together and, fighting for one cause. Maybe some of them are, starting to come together here. And it's maybe also having to do with the fact that there is this sort of role to be, there's some shoes to be filled in that captaincy role. There's some shoes to be filled in the leadership areas, and maybe certain players can see this as an opportunity to sort of rise up. And maybe if they thought that Hugo never really was sort of the adequate captain or really was, the perfect leader, now they can show them maybe what they've been missing, and also maybe what Spurs fans have been missing, from a leader. It's a good opportunity for Harry Kane. I don't really know if I back him as much as others, probably to be the captain. Think it's a good opportunity for Bentancur, of course. I know right now he's not really playing, but maybe he can have some type of influence outside, kind of the actual pitch. He can be, still in the dressing room, still kind of recovering, maybe checking in on people. Of course, Højbjerg, not in maybe the best of form right now, but he does have that sort of leadership quality, maybe up to him as well to step into things. And we'll see maybe with some other players as well. Even if it's not real captaincy roles, maybe they can step into things and just take more sort of kind of ownership and onus and responsibility in the team. It looks like, even from what I got from the FIFA, Dave, is that Richarlison and Emerson look quite comfortable at Spurs. They were giving it, large to all the Spurs fans, and they seem quite comfortable there. Emerson looked pretty, like confident and happy to be here. So maybe guys like that who have just come into the club with a big figure like Hugo sort of stepping down, maybe some of them can feel like they can, like I said, not step up in a captain, but just step up in sort of their own status and, in the dressing room.
Just on the fight back at Liverpool, the reason why I'm not getting too excited about, and the reason why I don't believe it, Jack, because it's not like we haven't seen that under Antonio Conte. Bournemouth, Leeds United, teams like that, when we were down as well, we fought back. It's been happening all season long. And that's why I don't take too much from this fight back against United, this fight back against Liverpool. It's been shown this season. It's very, very easy to sort of clamor together and show fight when you're already out of the game, when the game is already more or less beyond you. I know people are going to say, oh, but Dave, you say that, but look at Newcastle. Newcastle was an isolated incident this season. Isolated. It happened once where we got slapped up like that. The rest of the games, we've seen plenty of fight back, and that's why I'm not buying into it. I've seen it all season long. For me, it's not. It's just, it's trying to drag positives out of a bad situation, and I get it, but it's the wrong positives to be dragging, in my opinion, because it's something we've seen all season long. It's very easy to fight back when you're already out of the game, or to try and show some fighting spirit, right? And also, you got to take into account that other teams sort of slack off, and that's just the reality of it.
If you were to give just quick speculation moment, Dave, just, do you believe it's a real injury of any kind, or do you actually think there was a bust up of some sort in the dressing room and Hugo Lloris maybe proved to be, because in a way he's been exiled by the looks of things, right? It's not like, there's some sort of divide, like some people are on Hugo's side, some people aren't on Hugo's side. He's just all of a sudden disappeared. So do you believe it is a real injury, or do you believe maybe something he did or said was just crossing the line, and maybe the squad as well as the club have just basically pushed him out?
Look, for me, they say you've got to take what's out there on face value. But as a guy who listens to a lot of ex-pros, a lot of managers, referees, etc., there's a lot that's covered up in football that never really comes out till 15 years or so later, when ex-players from that time start coming out and speaking and doing podcasts and all that sort of stuff. My opinion is, I didn't see him receive any attention against Newcastle in the first half. I didn't see him struggling with a problem against Newcastle in the first half. For me, when I seen Fraser Forrester coming out, it looked like he was sort of rushed out, which makes me think something happened in that dressing room. And I'm not going to say for sure what, but something happened in that dressing room, in my opinion. And the fact that he was so quick to come out after the game when they interviewed him, and he was so quick to rule himself out for the rest of the season without actually knowing the full extent of the injury. For me, I think something happened, in my opinion. I don't buy the injury thing. I think he sort of knows he's finished. He's not up for it. Whether he gave up or whatever else, whether there's words said to him and he didn't agree with him, he started moaning and crying. I'm not 100% sure, but for me, I don't buy the injury, Jack.
Yeah, I don't either, but I think we'll get into that. We'll get into that later, especially probably at some stage, with my opportunity to slate Hugo even further. But some news about Nagelsmann here, and it's coming from the likes of Florian Plettenberg, and he's apparently, I think, sort of a Sky Sports journalist out in Germany, as well as somebody kind of connected to sort of Bayern Munich, I think, in some regard. And he says Spurs are pushing more and more for Nagelsmann. Further talks took place in the last day. Spurs are a serious option for him. His opinion is that it's a big club with big potential. And then kind of underneath that part as well, I think he said something on the lines of he wants to kind of know further about sort of his power and influence over the likes of transfers and the rebuild at Tottenham Hotspur, basically. But positive signs, Dave, when it comes to Nagelsmann, German Revolution incoming? I mean, at one stage, it felt like you were maybe saying you did have to sort of cancel the skinny jeans order. Maybe now it's going to have to reorder them again, Dave.
Yeah, it was only a couple of days ago where it was sort of like the reports came out that, Nagelsmann sort of wants assurances on the director of football, which, at the time we couldn't give them because we didn't have one in place. But when you look at reports today of, what's his name, Jack?
Sorry, say that again, Dave.
IrishHotspur.
IrishHotspur, sorry.
Today coming out from IrishHotspur. It was a previous video on that analyst at Hoffenheim. Nagelsmann was there during his career. He's also got experience in the Red Bull group, overseeing players move from Salzburg to Leipzig and stuff like that. So for me, if you get this guy in place, this could be what you're looking at in the future, going into the summer, into next season. Nagelsmann as manager and IrishHotspur as director of football. So, look, Nagelsmann, good coach and everything else. I just hope he's got his personal life sorted out, because that's what cost him his job at Bayern Munich. Bayern Munich put out a statement at the time. They said, "Look, tactics fine, playing style fine." You know, when they sacked him, that was in the statement. So for me, if he gets them personal issues sorted out, he could very well do a good job at Tottenham. And I don't mind him asking for, what's his sort of power in transfers, in sort of incomings and outgoings, because Jack, I've stated a number of times, this is what this football club needs. You can't have a chairman making them decisions. You can't have other people making them decisions based on based on what players stay and what players go, purely because then you're asking a manager to work with players that he doesn't really want to work with, or that he knows in future is already going to fail him. So for me, I have no problem with that. I think that's what this club
The
needs
difference between a coach and a manager, Dave, how many managers have come in and maybe said they're more of a coach than they are a
Yeah,
manager? They don't really have that say. They don't really have that power. And also, what's been the case too is that we even heard from David Webb, right? That Pochettino didn't really have much say over the transfers when he first arrived. Like, he had to sort of prove himself in order to get more say and influence. You can kind of maybe see where that's coming from. But then that seemed to sort of carry over for the likes of Jose. That seemed to carry over for the likes of Conte as well, right? Where they didn't have as much sort of say and influence over the transfers. It feels like they kind of have to prove themselves, or they have to show that they're going to be here a while in order to sort of, get that sort of leeway from the likes of Levy. But it's a two-way street, right? Where it's then led to maybe a bit of resentment on the behalf of the manager. It then has led to also results maybe dipping because the whole transfer strategy is a bit amok. And it's going to be an interesting one. And I don't blame Nagelsmann for wanting, more clarity on that type of thing. And it seems like, Dave, he's not exactly like, I don't know, because what people have been worried about is another manager that might think he's better than Spurs, or sort of like, we'll just use Spurs as some sort of like, some leapfrog, or lily pad, to go to another club or whatever, right? Nagelsmann, maybe with him, the fact that it is sort of like he's just wanting more clarity on maybe not falling maybe victim to the same maybe sort of mistakes or the same sort of kind of conditions that previous managers have, is maybe could be slightly different. It's not exactly that he's just turning down Spurs. He just wants more and more clarity on the situation, and he was just kind of pressing Levy further. He's not just getting in there right away. He's, having, some talks ahead of time, and he's getting clarity. I don't know if there's anything wrong with that.
look, Jack, we were always going to be in a position where a manager was going to eventually doing that, was going to do that. We've seen two world-class managers, whether you like them or not, whether you like the job they've done at Tottenham or not. They've also always been known for the defensive stability. And they've been failed by that defense through a lack of recruitment and having to use players that we know have let us down time and time and time again. Nagelsmann, I don't think he's going to come in and accept that. He knows with his system, we spoke about this before, Jack, with his style of play, he's going to need centre-backs that are very good on the ball, but also need centre-backs that are comfortable defending one-on-one, centre-backs that are comfortable with people running at them, not sort of, the attributes we have across our back line right now, where they drop as deep as they can. They get shaky on the ball. How many times last week against Liverpool did you see Eric Dyer just trying to pass it out from the back and giving it straight back to Liverpool? So Nagelsmann's not stupid. He knows in order for his tactics, in order for his approach, his style, his philosophy to work, it starts with that back line. And he's going to want assurances that he can handpick them players to come in and get his system going. And it's that simple. And I don't mind that. People know me. How many times have I highlighted defense? Everyone last summer was telling me I didn't know football. Now everyone right now is telling me, Dave, you're a genius. How did you see it coming? So, it doesn't take a genius to work that out. But Nagelsmann, for me, I think he's doing the right thing. He's not coming to be set up for failure. Any manager worth their sort are going to question why Pochettino was sacked, why Jose Mourinho was sacked, and why Conte was sacked, and that they all three of their managers cannot be the problem. It's either got to be playing style, it's got to be your players, it's got to be your recruitment. There has to be something else that's failing all these guys. So for me, I think Nagelsmann is being smart there. He's dead right. He's valid to ask all them questions.
Well, Dave, get ready to reorder those skinny jeans, and the cafe better get, stocking up on the soy and, and the chai and the hemp and, all the sort of, non-dairy options.
Well, just quickly, what I don't want to happen, Jack, is that we're trying to convince him to take the job. I want it to be a situation where he's convinced he likes Tottenham, he wants the job, but he wants some assurances. What I don't want us is trying to convince him to take the job, because if that's the case and he doesn't really want it, then I don't want him. We need a guy that wants to come in, wants to roll his sleeves up and get to work And so I just hope that it is that he wants to manage Tottenham, but he wants certain assurances that I
Yeah.
can be fine with. What I don't want is the other way around, where we're pleading him to take it.
While we're pushing hard for Nagelsmann right now, everybody, of course, we've still been linked with the likes of Xabi Alonso. I'm going to maybe kind of put some water to the flames of this sort of, kind of rumor. The only reason being is that he's technically been a manager in less time than, or he's had, less experience than pretty much the rest of these managers. Arne Slot's still been in a job, been in two separate clubs, and also has been around longer than the likes of Xabi Alonso has. Xabi Alonso has only just really taken over from the likes of Leverkusen earlier this season. And my other thing too is that since he is kind of just taking over the job, and it's also as well like in a league where I think it's a high quality league and everything, but the fact that he hasn't even completed a full season, he hasn't even had a full summer of transfers over there with the likes of Bayer Leverkusen, I find that's pretty odd for Spurs to maybe jump towards him. And I also as well feel like he hasn't exactly done enough yet to really even convince me of something, because while people may be saying he's been doing a pretty good job since taking over from the likes of Leverkusen, the guy that he picked up the job from previously, who absolutely started like tanking, the team, he
Mm.
did spectacularly in the season before. Leverkusen finished like I believe third or pretty high in the likes of the Bundesliga, and we're actually one of the more better attacking teams sort of in Europe last season. So, and I forget even that manager's name, but no one talked about him or spoke about him, and that's just because I feel like his name wasn't Xabi Alonso, and so I feel like that's another thing as well, where the only reason I think Spurs are sort of in any way maybe interested is because potential sort of like Pep Guardiola disciple, because he was there at Bayern Munich, I think, when Pep was there, and sort of has maybe that tactical mind that people might think he'll be, a good manager. I actually feel like Xabi Alonso one day probably will be a great manager, but he's really only been in the job so long. It would be really weird for us to deny like Vincent Kompany, Arne Slot, Ange Postecoglou, Ruben Amorim, all these other guys that are a bit younger who also don't have as much experience, maybe except Postecoglou, but you know what I mean, Dave? Those sort of like outside the box sort of kind of choices. I feel like Alonso is way too far, like outside the box, just way too like
Mm.
it's strange one. I don't really know if there's any validity even to it.
Mm.
Maybe there is, but I doubt Spurs are looking at him that seriously. That would be strange for me, considering all the other options they have.
Yeah, look, for me, look, fantastic player. You sort of see the way he played, the way he was a leader and stuff like that, his mentality, that there was always going to be some sort of manager in there or something like that in the guy. But for me, I agree with you, Jack. It's way too soon to pluck him out of the German league and bring him into a Premier League where it's fierce, it's non-stop, it's so competitive. There's no real sort of you know, weak games. You've seen teams this season, relegation teams, being able to take points off some of the top teams and stuff like that. So for me, Xabi Alonso, I think, would be found tactically wanting. I also say the same with Arne Slot. I think he'd be found tactically wanting at times in the Premier League as well. For me, you're looking at the names left. Nagelsmann looks like the front runner. Ruben Amorim, for me, I think would be a good choice. I think he's done an absolute excellent job at Sporting. And unlike Xavi Alonso, he's got a lot more experience in the game, and since he's come into the game, Ruben Amorim has won trophies. So for me, I think I'd rather him over an Arne Slot or Xavi Alonso.
Yeah.
Vincent Company, that looks like it seemed to be put to the back burner. I don't think he'll get the Tottenham job, but for me, I think Nagelsmann, Amorim, or Postecoglou right now. If you want me to be brutally honest, the rest of them, I think they're too much of a big gamble for a club like Tottenham Hotspur.
Yeah. This moment in time, though, it seems like we're pushing hard for Nagelsmann, though. But I'm just gonna, I don't know, I'm gonna put cold water to the Alonso ones. I'd just be shocked if we like were to look past Postecoglou, look past Amorim, look past Company, look past Slot, and then go after Alonso. And like I said, like the manager that he took over from previously, while he didn't have a good start to the campaign, and the reason he was sacked, he had a spectacular season. The manager he took over from, and so I'd rather see Alonso see if he can, have a full season with Leverkusen, finish as high as third, finish, high up the table, and let's see how he does then, because that's what I think needs to happen too. And he also, when he first took over, even from Leverkusen, it didn't really start well. I believe he had a pretty bad run of games, when he first took over as well. So I don't know. He's like learning on the go right now. He's a very young manager. Where will Spurs finish this season? Where do you want us to finish is another thing as well that definitely we should probably chat about just quickly here. I do have a graphic in case, you do forget about what the league table looks like at times, because I do as well. The teams that we are competing with are going to be probably Brighton, Liverpool, Villa, and Brentford here. Brighton have already passed us with 2 games in hand as well. So they are really pushing hard for the likes of even Champions League. You don't even know, but they could be pushing definitely for those Europa League spots. And then you also have Aston Villa, right on our tail. We're level with them. I think we're somehow ahead of them on the likes of goal difference, only by 2 goals, considering that we've scored almost nearly 20 more goals than they have, but we've also conceded 15 more as well. So that's where the goal difference can be made up from. But yeah, I think Conference League or nothing, Dave. Where do you stand on it? Maybe we've spoke about this a lot on the podcast and everything, but I do want to get maybe people on the fan show's opinion when it comes to it. But for me, Dave, as much as I do want to see Messi flourish in the in the Conference League, and I want to see young players flourish in the Conference League, it's sort of one of those competitions that it leads to a lot of congestion. Often it's not usually managed well by the manager. It's not usually, given sort of the right sort of attention, and they don't usually divide the squad in the right ways and everything. And I don't know, sometimes it leads to more problems than, helping you. So probably the next manager that comes in might benefit more from just having the kind of midweek fixtures of the FA Cup and Carabao Cup, but then just about that, Premier League and those just domestic competitions is enough, maybe.
I hear that, Jack. I hear that. For me, I'm a little bit different. I don't think at Tottenham Hotspur we can turn our nose up at cup competitions. Who do we think we are? We don't win any. We want to win them. But yet we're picking and choosing what competitions we want to play in. We give out when the players think they're too good for these competitions. And the fans shouldn't either, in my opinion. At the end of the day, I get what you're saying, Jack. If a new manager coming in here, he probably would benefit from having a full week to work with these guys on the training pitch, and going into the weekend, because at least then if the results happen on the weekend, that's down to the players because they've had a full week sort of to get to grips with the tactics and know what they're doing. However, we're at a point at Tottenham Hotspur. I believe a new manager can use the Conference League as a stepping stone, as a building process towards the future. If we want to start giving some of our young players, time. And I'm not just talking about some of the players from the under-18s there, like an Alfie Dorrington, maybe a Mikey Moore, Jamie Donnelly. You've got players in the under-21s there as well, but you've also got some players out on loan, Dane Scarlett, Troy Parrott, Gill, Spence. You've got Harvey White, you've still got Alfie Devine around. And for me, if you want to part way for these guys, there's no better time than to use these sort of competitions. In years gone by, we've rolled out international superstars apparently in these competitions, and they think they're too good to be there. And you've seen that in the performances, in their attitude out in these games and stuff like that. And I think that's where it comes to with fans now, where it's just like they don't want to be embarrassed in these games anymore. But for me, if you're going to ship these guys on and you're actually going to use it properly and use it, develop a proper squad and use it to give players on the periphery, use it to give players coming back from injury, and use it to give whatever the manager decides our best youngsters out of that crop is, and actually use it for a pathway to build forward. Because, we moan about backup players not getting game time and stuff like that. Well, that competition is a chance for them to find their rhythm. Some of that Arsenal team, Saka, Smith Rowe, people like that, they were used in their Europa League and stuff like that. And look where they are now. They had a pathway they could develop. They used them games to play a lot of them kids. And now some of them have walked into the Arsenal team. So for me, I look at it differently. And plus, I believe Tottenham Hotspur should always have European football. So on everything I've said there, that's why I don't even care if it's Europa Conference League. At the end of the day, it's them players out there fault that we're playing in it next season if we make it. So it's up to them to go and win it. I don't want to see any of this. Oh, I'm too good for this competition. I think I'm too good. I don't want any of that. The only way I don't want European football next year, Jack, is if we're going to keep a Sanchez around, if we're going to keep a Dyer around. I'm even going to throw Davies in there because all three of them have played a massive part in all these cup exits over the last 3-4 years, if not a bit longer than that. So for me, the only way I don't want it is if we're going to persist with these guys. If we use it right, for me, I think it could be a massive benefit for Tottenham Hotspur.
Yeah, that was a massive point that I think we made in our podcast before about the Conference League, where I think the Europa League is slightly different. It's still a very difficult competition. I think you do have to sort of roll out a pretty decent team when it comes to that. But the Conference League, it's sort of a navigation that, you have to go. It's very tricky, and I think it can be used the right way. It's just often we haven't been seeing it used the right way. If anything, I actually think Nuno made a very good attempt at it. He tried to basically look at it as, look, I'm going to basically split the squad in half. I'm going to look at a lot of guys that sort of need developing young players and give them more of the chances in these sort of conference league games. And the players basically revolted against that. And what we need maybe more then is just players that are hungry for that chance, that wouldn't ever sniff at that sort of, or wouldn't ever turn their nose up at that sort of thing, or wouldn't ever reject that sort of opportunity. And if you have young, hungry players that are willing to play in that competition, you're probably giving yourself a better chance of winning it anyways, because you have guys that actually have their whole head and heart in it in order to try to be, progressing their own career, their own development, but also as well, just sort of kind of shine for the likes of Spurs. And I think that's all we really have been asking for a lot of competitions when it comes to the FA Cup and Carabao. But I think too, it's an opportunity in the Conference League if we do finish in that position. But it's more, I think, trying to find the right players that do want to play in it, because we've often had that mistake of guys that just don't think they're better than it, think they're not maybe worth their time, whatever it may be. And then we just see these sort of embarrassing performances where we become a laughing stock. And I'd rather us lose with Mundell, Mikey Moore, Dorrington, all those guys that are hungry and we know want to prove something on the pitch than with, like you said, Sanchez, Davies, etc. Spot on.
And the thing is, Jack, as well, over the last few years, we've seen backup brigade sort of rolled out in them games. They've been turned over, they've been lackluster, which then has a knock-on into the first team because there's no one pushing for their spots. They know no matter how we play, which you're seeing, we ain't going to get dropped because the guys behind us are even worse. So what you actually need is you need to develop competition. You need to start getting a young, hungry sort of squad together where you've got players pushing for positions. So them guys in the first team, no, any sort of drop-off in performance, the manager ain't going to persist with me for 6, 7, 8 games till I get some sort of form back. Because that young guy or that guy there, he's hungry. He's ready to come in. He's doing the job in these games. And all of a sudden, then you create a competitive culture. The culture change, and you see much better performances on the pitch all across all competitions. So for me, I think we've got to sort of get back to that. And that's what we've got to use these competitions for, rather than try and shy away from them because of the shit we've seen over the last 3, 4 years in these sort of competitions.
And then also, Dave, the likes of Johannes Spurs has been linked with Spurs. A number of sporting directors have been linked with Spurs, but Johannes Spurs is one of them. I think you were doing a bit of quick sort of research. This only just came up. So Dave, actually, impressively, everybody just went to school and, was digging, as hard as he could, as quickly as he could in the little time that we have. But maybe, Dave, quick thoughts maybe on Johannes Spurs. It's good to see director of football. Like a lot of us have said, that should almost even come before the manager. A lot of people feel like, the director of football should, but are you happy to see at least Spurs being linked in some regard to one? Or are you also a bit skeptical maybe of this guy?
No, look, it's good to see some sort of movement in that direction, Jack, because, we need to get that sort of fixed before the summer, right? Because the guy coming in is going to have his own targets. He also has to sort of have a word with the manager. So maybe it's good to see the sort of two happening together so that they can actually pre-plan, get ahead of the summer transfer window, get, in terms of players out, players in and stuff like that. So for me, it's good to see sort of us going in that direction. I'd argue a bit too late. I said weeks ago that we should have done it as soon as we sacked Conte, especially in terms of the manager. But look, Johannes Spur, he started off as a video analyst at Hoffenheim, where Nagelsmann once was as well, and done a good job. Yeah, then he was involved in the Red Bull move sort of philosophy, which Jack has spoke about many times on this channel. He oversaw players moving from Salzburg into Leipzig. And the players that tend to go from Salzburg to Leipzig tend to make it anyway. So, he's been involved in that. But interestingly enough, you've also got a guy called Scott Munn who's been involved in one of these groups in terms of the City group. So, they've got vast experience in these networks and stuff like that. Good connections. He was also over Vitesse at some point as well. Oversaw them getting back into Euro or getting into, Europa League or something like that. Europa League, I think it was, and stuff. So, but Jack, you've got some reservations, his time at Hertha and stuff like that.
Just anybody that's connected to any sort of, decision making at Hertha Berlin, I think is, clearly an idiot. And because, they are at this moment in time, I think, very likely to head towards relegation. Of course, Hertha Berlin have never exactly been, I think, a massive club, in the Bundesliga, but what's been kind of more funny about them, Dave, is that they've had a lot of sort of owners that have come in with, kind of big money, promise, big money invested. And there was definitely some big money invested at times for what really is kind of a lower, sort of, table kind of team. And then continuously the investment was made wrong, poor players, poor management, just kind of everything from top to bottom just sort of being made as the wrong decisions. And it's a classic example, right, of, no matter how much money you put into something, if you just put the wrong guys in charge and you're making the wrong decisions, you can still sort of find yourself plateauing or, going backwards, right? I would say, if anything, Hertha Berlin were sort of looking like an Everton at one stage, where it's just sort of like, throwing money at it, but just somehow getting worse. So that's where I'm a bit skeptical, is just anybody that's connected at any stage to Hertha Berlin over the last year or two, maybe 3 years, I think definitely is, contributing, to more problems than there are solutions. But if he was around during the RB Leipzig I think it said he was a chief scout at the Leipzig sort of time, or the RB group time, during around 2015, 2016. I mean, that's kind of during their pinnacle years of sort of like coming up. And that's when a lot of people sort of were kind of, becoming awoken to sort of the Red Bull kind of, philosophy, and sort of the way they were going about sort of their business and their scouting and everything. So if he was kind of I wouldn't say one of the forefront guys, but if he was kind of there during sort of the initial days of it, kind of the earlier days of it, definitely encouraging, definitely promising.
Yeah, look, it'd be interesting to see what this guy can bring. I think the most important one is that he's in sync with Nagelsmann. That's the most important thing we should sort of be looking at, because with Paratici and Conte, although I liked a lot of Paratici's recruitment, he never got in centre-backs. And, we can sit here and pretend Conte didn't ask for centre-backs, but he did. And we can sit here and pretend that he wouldn't have used anyone else but Bastoni. But the reality is, we brought in Langley on loan and he used them. So it's clear to see that Conte would have used centre-backs. So there was a bit of a bit of a disconnect there. So I just, with Nagelsmann, it's important that Nagelsmann likes this guy and that they can work together. So let's see how it happens, Jack.
And we're going to get through the chat here quickly, everybody, but I start a lot of messages just to say hello to all of you that were in here nice and early, everybody. We do really appreciate you all tuning in. If you could smash that like button, that would be absolutely grand. And also as well, keep getting your comments in throughout the show, ask the guests, questions and everything. And if you do want to support the channel, feel free to throw a super chat in. Also as well, if you want to come on and have your say, feel free to grab that fan show membership. It's that little join sort of icon right next to the big subscribe, especially if you haven't even hit that subscribe, please do, everybody. But let's get to the chat, see what people have to say. Zerace is in the house. Big up, Dave and Jack. Won't be here. I will be busy in my job. I'll be back later on after 1 hour. Big up, Zara. Hopefully the job is doing okay. Don't let us distract you too much, my friend. Dan Davenport's in here. We'll be speaking to him later. Big yourself up, Dan. Jamie McDonald's in here. Love you, Dave. Keep up the good work. How can I sign up for your channel? Jamie, if you see that little join icon right next to the subscribe notification, you can join, grab the Flat Cap membership. Be a little link in your community section. From there, you come on and have your say. But once we get through all the guests who do have the fan show membership, if there is a little bit of time, maybe if it hasn't been, too long, put that link out there for people who do want to come on and chat with us. Big up, Jamie. Thank you for joining us.
Big up, Jamie.
Daniel Sandoval's in here as well. Big up, one love. Come on, you Spurs. Big up, Daniel. Neil Shafton's in the house. Happy Cinco de Mayo. Dave, I think you recently did have a Mexican meal, or did you have some tacos, some enchiladas or something like that? Did you celebrate Cinco de Mayo early?
It was a quesadilla, Jack. It was quite nice, actually. Quite nice, and tacos as well. Me, I'm not one of them. I walk up and I'm like, oh, I like both. What one will I pick? I'm like, look, just give me both. So I'm one of them guys. But they're a nice Jacko, lovely.
Big up, Neil.
I'm going to go on a Mexican trend for over the summer. Nice light food. It's nice.
Oh, it's nice for the summer, believe me. Big up, Neil. Hopefully you're keeping well, my friend. Big up, lads. Personally, or Eddie Dubai says, big up, lads. Personally, I prefer us not to have European football next season. Concentrate on getting the squad, manager, and director of football sorted. Also as well, right? With these kind of sort of, I mean, let's be honest, sort of less than inspiring sort of, group of players of Dyer, Sanchez, Davies. Let's say if we get rid of, unless we don't get rid of all of them, we might be stuck with them. And these seem to be better off, actually, without that sort of fixture congestion. They seem to do better when it's sort of one game a week. And also as well, the managers, when they have more time to drill into these players, what needs to be done, how they need to go about things, seems to also benefit us as well. Big up Eddie Dubai. Foggy Phones in the house. Ryan Mason should know better and give this young lads a chance. What could get worse than this? Dave, big takeaways maybe from the under 18s, any players that you would say people really should keep a look at?
Alfie Darrington.
Yeah.
The more I think about his performance last night, Jack, and I've got a question that on the pre-match build-up as well. Not once was he played in behind. Not once did he lose a challenge early. There was a couple of times where balls were being knocked long, and he was cushion headering down to players where he could. I thought he was excellent on the ball as well. He's clear that he's a leader in that team. But also, Jack, I mean, that run for the second goal, You know, for anyone that didn't see the game, there's a ball that came across the box, and there was an Aston Villa player lining up ready to take a shot. Alfie Dorrington comes sprinting out, not like Eric Dyer, who stands on the line with his hands behind his back, you know, fixing the back of his trousers, whatever he's doing. He comes sprinting out, gets his legs into it, takes the ball away. Another Aston Villa player closing him down. And instead of looking to skin him, he realised that, hang on, Aston Villa player's in a better position. He can easily take the ball off me if I knock it this way. Plays a 1-2 with Mikey Moore, gets the ball, runs all the way up to more or less just outside the opposition box, and then finds the pass to Jamie Donnelly as well. For me, I thought it was absolutely outstanding. Do you know what, Jack? When I looked at him yesterday, he's just as big as Eric Dyer is. And for me, you know, look at the mistakes Eric Dyer's been making. Look at the mistakes he's been making all season. It's getting to the point that no new manager is going to come in and work with him, in my opinion. You bring Alfie Dorrington in and give the guy a chance. What have we got to lose? You know, honestly, what have we got to lose? Yeah, people are going to say he's a kid, Dave. He's going to make mistakes. Well, we've got a fucking 30-year-old man child in the back line, and he's making mistakes. So for me, I have to give an opportunity to the kid, right?
No, I mean, I couldn't agree more, Dave. I think that's spot on. I would say Dorrington, absolutely huge takeaway, and especially seeing somebody that is promising coming out of our academy for the back line, it just brings tears to Dave's eyes, honestly. It really does, because knowing that maybe the pain won't be forever. Won't be forever. Tequila 316 says the battle for 7th and 8th is on, lads. It's probably the most, looked after battle there is, top 4 relegation. Nobody cares about that. It's 7th and 8th, Tequila, is where everybody really, is keeping an eye on. It's where everybody's eyes are glued. But for me, as much as, like I said, I want the Hill Messi prophecy to be accomplished in the Conference League, I'll be honest, Tequila, I feel like 8th might be better off for the manager. But if he is able to manage it well, like if he is able to do the Conference League well, then I would say I'm all for it. It's a tricky one to navigate. And I think it's up to the manager to make the right decisions. And we'll see if they can. Big up, Tequila, though. Hopefully you're keeping well, my friend. And also Cinco de Mayo. I mean, it's National Tequila Day as well for you, my friend. Chairman says, come on, guys. I'm dying to discuss the Europa Conference League. Like I said, the most discussed competition, the most sought after competition. It's where the privileged elite get to play. Wemberley says afternoon Conference of Champions Day. Remember what I used to say, the Conference of Champions.
Do you know what? It's embarrassing that we have to have these conversations. Like, it kills me. As much as I want to participate in them, and I do want European football. It's just embarrassing. Anyway, let's keep moving.
Wemberley's in the house as well. Afternoon, everyone. I'm going tomorrow afternoon and really could barely care less about the result. We need a season out of Europe to focus on domestic play. The protest is what matters tomorrow. Big yourself up, Wemberley, my friend. Really do support you on the protest as well. Hopefully, best of luck to you. Hopefully, some good weather comes your way this time around as well. And also, I agree with you. I mean, when the likes of European play, I've said it and I'll repeat it again. It's a tricky one to navigate. And it's hard to know whether even Spurs have the right sort of squad to do it, to navigate it and sort of manage it the best way. Big up, Wemberley. Good to see you in the house, my friend. Really appreciate you as always. Chris is in here too, saying, so looking forward to playing the Farmers League teams in the middle of nowhere on a Thursday night. Who's looking forward to that NS Mirror rematch, everybody? It's the big heated rematch.
I'd rather be there than sitting there twiddling my thumbs watching other teams in there. Being
yeah, honest. Thursday nights get occupied still. Maybe sometimes, you get to, like I said, get to show up and just watch Spurs, maybe hopefully, at least in some way, tear apart some of these teams that we probably owe, spanking to. Big up, Tequila. Hopefully you're keeping well. Like I said, can't stay long today, Dragon Day. So I hope the stream goes well. Really appreciate you, Tequila, my man. Tyler's in the house saying, how you doing today, guys? I'm doing all right, Tyler. Hopefully we want to see you later. If you have some time and chat with us, maybe you can be the closer like you usually are, Tyler, but want to see you on later if you have the time, my man. Big up. Good to see you in here. Lazy Eight's in the house as well. That's 2 years of him looking at our defense, dude, when he said Dave looks so sad in the graphic, like he's lost a kitten.
Yeah. As Nick says, it's just watching that back line just deteriorate. It's just move on. I can't talk about it any longer without wanting to just go psycho. So
big up, Nick. Hopefully you're keeping well, my friend, this morning. Tot Spurs is in the house. Big up, Dave and Jack. Big up, Tot Spurs, my man. We also have Melton69. Big up, guys. Cheer me up. It's such a downer being a Spurs fan at the moment. Listen, my friend, I'm usually the happy clapper. I usually give reasons for people to happy clap, but I'm just desperate for it, and I'm finding very few reasons. It's more just sort of finding, I guess, a bit of, kind of dark humor out of most of the situation that we find ourselves in. Melton, I have nothing to give you. All I can say is, maybe that under 18s team is sort of, the team to sort of maybe have some sense of confidence about. And to see a young and inspiring sort of center back coming out of our academy, a young and inspiring, center forward, and Donley coming out of the academy, it's good signs, right? It's good to see that maybe we have a future generation that we can rely upon. And if anything did come to, complete, rock bottom, then at least those kids can maybe, in some way take over. And at least we have those guys to rely upon. And so that's all I can say. That's what I can happy clap about right now.
I'll start coming on and juggling for you before every stream, my man, just to maybe give you a bit of a smile.
Daniel Field saying 4 cup finals lads left. Pedro Porro, hopefully he's still not saying that, but I do appreciate, his enthusiasm, still with the rest of the season, Pedro Porro. Big up Daniel Field. Hopefully you're keeping well, my man. Shemtan is in the house as well. Hey, Jack and Dave, the new Chaz and Dave. Hope you're good. We need to go for any European competition. Why do we think we're good? Why do we think we're too good for Conference League? Jose has that trophy sitting in his cabinet right now. Whoa. Interesting point there. Jose didn't turn his nose up at it. He was willing to win it.
Thought he was done, outdated, dinosaur, didn't know what he was doing. I thought he couldn't manage anymore.
That's interesting.
What's more embarrassing is we went out of the group stage while he went on to win it, and he was the one that qualified for it. It's
a good point. It's interesting though, the fact that he didn't. It's just, he didn't turn his nose up at it, right? Him of all people, pick yourself up.
Winners don't turn their nose up at trophies.
Yeah.
If you're in a situation, they adapt, they go and win that trophy. It doesn't matter what trophy it is, they adapt to it. That's what winners do, not make excuses like we do.
Great comment, Shemtan. It's a great comment, my friend. And hopefully you're still watching because we got to it. Big up, Jacob. Hopefully you're keeping well, my man. He says Hugo being injured is because he's a quitter. When going out got tough, he bitched out for a glass of vino. I never see him in a Spurs shirt again. If what it is true, which I believe to be true, Jacob, it is something that I've sort of always believed when it came to Hugo. I've never really trusted him as a leader. I've never really been convinced of him as sort of his character. I've never really found him to actually to be any real leader of any kind. And if this is how it went out, I think that just sort of speaks to the situation, if you ask me. And also, like I said, the fact that it isn't sort of torn between there's some people on Hugo's side in the situation. He just sort of has been basically exiled, it feels like, from the squad, from sort of the team in general. So he must have done something, said something, whatever it was. He did something that was sort of just out of line, or just sort of maybe thought of by the whole establishment and the whole club in general. Yep, you're gone, buddy. And so I find that very interesting, right? Find that very interesting. That
it's do the same with others. There's others that should be exiled along with him.
That's for sure. Paul Beatty's in the house. Evening, lads. I'm getting pumped for tomorrow. It's a sickness. And he also says erase Jack's Red Cross of Air Free and Postecoglou. And he said at one stage, I was being a bit nicer to Postecoglou, which he wasn't expecting, Dave.
No, I don't think he was expecting it. Look, I like Ange Postecoglou. Like I said, as an Irish guy, you're sort of giving Celtic as your second team. So I always keep an eye on him and what's going on over there. And he's done a great job. Look, it was me that sort of, brought it up, Paul, that it was I'd like to see a bit more of him first before we make that jump into the Premier League. But look, we're at a point now where it's kind of like Nagelsmann, Amorim, Postecoglou. It's got to be one of them. Look, Postecoglou's a good guy. I think what holds him back is that it took him so long in his career to sort of get over to England or into European football in general.
Robbie Keane says, big up though, Paul Beatty. Feel free to come and join us if you want to have your say, my man, but I'm pretty sure it's quite late your time. Robbie Keane says, I hope Lloris, Davies, Sanchez, and Dyer never play for our club again. Get quality players in like Zaha, Madison, Guehi, Lamptey. They are much better than our deadwoods. I also like, you're helping out that English quota, with that list there you got, Robbie. Definitely helping it out. Big up Moondogs in the house here. Dyer out now before I go insane. Feels like Moondog is pretty much in the position you are, Dave, where he's starting to maybe feeling like he's going to start tearing down walls and, maybe just losing his own mind here. It feels like Moondog when it comes to Eric Dyer.
Look, it's just embarrassing, Jack. It's embarrassing. Teams know, put the ball behind them, put it on top of them, give it to players and let them run at them. He's constantly out of position. It's just embarrassing. It's absolutely embarrassing. And if people want to know why I blame Eric Dyer for most of it, yes, Romero gave it away a penalty against Liverpool, but Eric Dyer was caught out of position. for the first, one of the other goals I think they scored. Eric Dyer again, ball put in behind him, he was skinned along the byline, caught out of position. It's like, look what he done with Mo Salah earlier on in the season. Header straight back into his path, go and score. Callum Wilson earlier on in the season against Newcastle, he ran off him and just left him there. And look what happened there. And it's like, it's just embarrassing, Jack. Honestly, the guy is just damaged goods. It's probably down to confidence and everything else, but reality, he's just not good enough for Tottenham anymore. Why do we keep persisting with him? This is where I have sort of a problem with Ryan Mason, right? Ryan Mason he's in a position where he wants to put himself forward for the Tottenham job, but he hasn't done anything to show that he's capable of changing this, in my opinion. Because we're all looking at a new manager coming in here, Jack. Looking at him to change the system, change the style of play, change over the personnel. And I just feel that's something that Ryan Mason should have done if he personally wanted to stake a claim for the job. I just don't understand why Dyer keeps getting rolled out week in, week out. Lengley makes a mistake, he's dropped. This guy's been doing it all season, but starts. It's a joke. It's an absolute joke. I've had enough of it. In fact, he's going to get to Neymar's level where I'm going to be outside his house chanting for him to leave because it's beyond a joke at this point. And people could say that's harsh, but the reality is he knows he's not good enough and he's hanging on to the Tottenham career. He's hanging on to the lifestyle that comes with it, with the money. And he's not thinking about the benefit for fans. So I'm not going to think about anything that's good for him. Get out my bloody club.
I mean, you could just look at it also as well. He's just holding us back. I mean, it's just simple as. Moondog, hopefully you're keeping well, though, this afternoon, my friend. And let me know if you're even, going to be watching the game tomorrow. But hopefully we get to see you on the match days like we usually do. And no more moon boots bets, my man. No more moon boots bets. Find a new candidate, my friend. Find a new candidate. Sean Maddox is in the house. Big up, Sean. Morning, afternoon. Hope you're all doing well. The Sean Army is strong. Very secretly strong, I feel like, the Sean Army. Sebas Wolf is in here saying, I think any manager we would want, we're going to have to convince them to come to Spurs. It's that situation where it's a bit of a dumpster fire here, Sebas. You're not going to be able to convince them with all these sort of, maybe examples of success or sort of, a track record of making right decisions, a track record of, happy managers. Like there's nothing that really would suggest that Spurs are, let's say, a great, sort of camp to go into. But it's really maybe up to the manager to make sure that he's not getting, tricked or anything by Daniel Levy or getting tricked by Scott Munn or whatever. But also as well, maybe being hungry. Like that's what's up to the manager as well, to be hungry, to be willing to take on what is a very difficult job, what is going to be a huge task at hand. And it's not going to be a glamorous job you're walking into like a Real Madrid, a Chelsea. I know Chelsea, right, obviously are a bit of a dumpster fire as well, but let's be honest, like there are these clubs that you can walk into that you sort of maybe pick up from what probably was maybe a pretty good spell from the previous manager. And there's always that track record with certain clubs that they make the right decisions, and managers can usually just pick up from there. Whereas with Spurs, it's kind of like you're picking up from what is like just ground zero, what is sort of like a bad situation at this moment in time. But big up, Sebas. Hopefully you're keeping well, my man. Wolf Maller's in the house saying the fan base and the club always turn their noses up at anything less than Champions League, then completely fail to show up. I thought that comment from Shem Tan earlier was really spot on there, Wolf. Like Jose didn't turn up his nose at the Champions League. Doesn't really mean then we probably should because, that guy's, won Champions League or at the Conference League, excuse me. That means, right, that if he doesn't turn his nose up at it, we shouldn't, because he's won that competition, the Champions League few times, right? So, and he's won the Premier League. He's won everything there is. He probably could, of all people, maybe look at the Conference League. It's not really a competition that's really worth winning, but he decided to be the first one to win it, I guess, and just shows, right? There's no competition too big for any winner, like Dave said. Scott Hynum says, big up to all. Hopefully you're keeping well, Scott. The other Scott Army, the Scott Army's strong, my man. Big yourself up, my friend. 2J's in the house. Big up 2J. Says, hey guys, not to change the subject, but I have a feeling our medical staff are shocking. Would you like maybe a new medical team? I would. The amount of setbacks in our injuries is bad, and I've heard bad things. Paul Beatty one time made me laugh hysterically that I had to like turn my camera off. I remember, because when we found out actually the injury on a certain player, they were saying, oh, he's going to be out for 4 to 6 weeks. I think Paul Beatty said like, oh, that means he's out for the season. Because when it comes to this medical team, they've actually butted heads a few times with managers. I think it was Jose, right? They didn't exactly get along too well. I think as well with Conte. Apparently there was a very cold relationship between them, the medical team, and Antonio Conte. So what do you like to think? Is it the medical team that maybe just aren't very good at, maybe getting along with the managers? Is it the managers not getting along with the medical team? It seems maybe it's sort of probably more on the medical side. And also, there is this thing where Spurs, you'll see guys pick up injuries when they're not even really playing all that much, or they're not even really doing all that much that should probably warrant such a deep and long injury. And whenever we get these ETAs, they always seem very off, and they just always seem a bit, sort of all over the place. And I don't know what it doesn't feel like the medical team, you would say, has ever been, I don't know, Dave, like it's ever been convincing. And I think even the one thing we always point to is they do seem to enjoy kind of, having a light atmosphere, which I think I can always understand. But, when you saw Eric Lamela, Dele Alli talking about toothpaste, talking about whatever chocolate they like to have on a Friday night, start to maybe ask some questions, maybe of, the establishment. I don't know. Maybe I'm speculating. Maybe I'm putting on too much of a tinfoil hat here. I think you're on mute, Dave.
In some cases, Jack, and look, some cases, it's the players' fault. It does come down to how they live their life off the field as well, right? If they're not sort of living right, sleeping right, eating right, etc., you become tired, you maybe become a little bit heavy, and that's where you start picking up injuries. And we've seen that in some cases over our time as Tottenham fans. But look, for me, I think, injuries ever since I supported this club, it's always been a problem. Always been a problem. It's always been there, and it's always going to be there. I wouldn't maybe look so much at the medical staff personally. I would more look at who's head of the sports science at Spurs, if you want me to be brutally honest. That's where I'd probably be more aiming my sort of focus. I could be wrong, but he's the one that puts sort of all the treatment, the training, the warm downs, all that sort of stuff. He's the one that sort of puts that plan together. So I'd be looking at that guy personally, or whoever it is.
Big up to Jay. Hopefully you're keeping well, my man. And also as well, maybe let us know. We'll email you about something, about this weekend, if you're available. Big up,
let me know what you heard, though. I'll be interested.
Yeah, I thought you got some good insight. Drew Zilla says, "Big up, lads. We have to get this right. We've easily wasted 300 to 350 million pounds on managers. That didn't work. Players that don't work, gardening leaves, loans. It's horrendous." Levy, if anything, he's very reluctant to spend money, I think, on sort of these, manager sackings. I think he's probably now had enough of it, right? He's seen maybe how much he's probably spent, because that we do pay our managers very well. And that's always been the case, that we do, in fact, maybe even overpay them. I think Jose was earning more than any of the players at the squad. He was probably earning, I think, the most in the Premier League, or maybe at least up there. I think it's the same thing with Antonio Conte. I think he was practically the highest paid manager almost in Europe, I think, when he was here at Spurs. So we pay our managers well. But if we're not going to really give them any sort of longevity, or give them any sort of kind of sense of comfort that they are here to sort of help Spurs and help guide Spurs in the right direction, and then they end up sort of leaving, quite quickly, ends up becoming very, very expensive problem that you're doing. And to me, like you brought up, Dave, and it seems like it's only become just realized, but you've brought up 1,000 times that Spurs are on a track record of now only letting a manager basically be around for barely a full season. Like, there hasn't exactly even been a manager who's had really a full season under his belt before getting the sack. And that's an expensive problem to have. We're becoming a Watford.
Look, that's what relegations teams do, Jack, and it's just not good enough. We've been through 3 managers this season, and I'm counting Stellini and Mason in that too. It's not sustainable, It highlights that there's bigger problems at the club, that you see reports coming out about them complaining about training because it's defensive focused. But I mean, if that's your biggest weakness, of course it should be defensive focused. Of course it should. It's a joke, Drew. What needs to happen, my man, is look, you've just got to. This next managerial appointment has to be spot on, and you've got to trust him. But the first thing you've got to do this summer, and where the majority of your money has to go, is that back line. Because if you lose Harry Kane and you keep conceding the goals you do, we know where we're going to end up. And let's not sugarcoat it. We know where we're going to end up. We're going to end up down in the bottom half of the Premier League, potentially maybe a bit like Chelsea, just staving above the relegation battle. And that's not where we want to go. But the reason why I say is the reason why you've got to do that back line, because if Kane goes, you've got to stop shipping the goals. You've got to. And if you keep clean sheets, it keeps you in the game. It gives Richarlison, a Son, a Kulusevski, whoever remains here beyond Harry Kane, if he does leave, a chance to go and nick us that game. So that back line is absolutely crucial, along with that managerial appointment right now as well. And the reason why I say the managerial appointment is important, because you've got Alfie Devine, class as one of the best English players in his age group. Dane Scarlett, the same. Alfie Dorrington, the same. So, you've got some good players coming through now, and you do need a manager that can bring them in instead of losing young players like we've done over the past, like a Madueke, like an Edwards, who are now going for 50 to 40, 50 million plus. So we have to start incorporating some of these guys into the future at Tottenham. Because what happens then is you've got players who love this club, who want to be here, who want the best for this club. And in turn, what that'll do is when new players come in here, the standard will be set. And if you fall below that standard, you're just a knob. So for me, I think that you're absolutely spot on, Drew Zilla. I said this at the time. I've said this, months ago, that this whole next managerial appointment is the most crucial in Tottenham in Enix history, in my opinion. Because if they get it really badly wrong, who knows how far this club can accelerate backwards.
And then big yourself up, Drew. Hopefully you're keeping well, my friend. And thanks for joining us as always. And I don't think I went cross too far the line on when it comes to Hugo. I think people maybe at some stage just start kind of making some cracks and some jokes maybe, but I see what you mean, where Hugo's been around for quite a long time, and sort of like, you don't want to dig into the player too much, but if what is true, Drew, right? Like if he did sort of basically abandon the squad and had a huge bust up in the manner that he supposedly did, it's not something that you can't just overlook. I mean, that does absolutely play a huge sort of kind of, it stains, I think, your career. It stains sort of your image, at Spurs. And maybe we kept him too long, where this could have been prevented. This didn't need to happen, but it did, right? And that's where I think it needs to be addressed. It can't just be overlooked, I think, in any way, because I think if it were Harry Kane, Sonny, other players, like, they would absolutely be put to the fire. They absolutely would be put to the test. But I think Hugo shouldn't really get that sort of protection, in my opinion. If what's true is true. If what's true is true. Look, it's a very tinfoil hat sort of thing, but if what's true is true, I think you can't ignore it, in my opinion, at least.
Look, let's be honest, right? He deserves criticism for this season. He deserves it. The amount of mistakes he's made leading to goals and stuff like that, he absolutely deserves the criticism coming his way. However, as fans, we cannot forget the service this guy has given us, the brilliant service that this guy has given us as well. Look, the reality is, when he signed the contract, he done an interview on Spurs TV, and he said, the whole idea of me signing this contract is to get the replacement in next season and work with him before I sort of fade away. And that hasn't been the case. So, this season, you can't solely put down on Hugo Lloris. And this is where I sort of, because at the end of the day, if Spurs keep you as club captain, if the managers keep picking you, you're not going to turn around and say no. You're going to go out there and play. So that's why I don't put everything on Hugo Lloris this season. It was up to the club to sort of get that replacement goalkeeper. They failed to do it over the time period.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, they told Hugo Lloris they were going to do it. But he does deserve criticism for this season. But we should respect the service he's given this club and the good service he's given this club, in my opinion.
Yeah, well said, Dave. Well said. Faz Radfire, good to see you in the house. He's just saying, without the Arsenal bottling the league and Chelsea being in the position they are, this would be basically the most depressing season he's ever had. And might already be, at least my young life, Faz Radfire certainly has been, a huge sort of shock, to the system with where sort of Spurs were on the way, the trajectory we had, especially under Pochettino and everything. It's just another sort of ground zero type situation here, Faz. Appreciate you being in the house with us as always, my man. Good man, Faz. Patty Harnett saying hello, you sexy bastard. Pick yourself up. Patty and Elsa as well. Dan G, big up, lads. Hopefully you're keeping well, Patty. And hopefully you're keeping well. Dan G, got through it, everybody. Hopefully you appreciate, us, starring all the messages and, saying hello to as many of you that you can. There's over 170 in the house right now, everybody. If you could, for me, please smash that like button. Keep getting your comments in. We're about to bring on our first guest here. So if you want to ask him any questions, anything you feel like that needs to be addressed, feel free to do so. And if you do want to support the channel, you can do it two ways. You can throw in a super chat. Like I said, get your comment heard and read. But also as well, if you want to come on and have your say, grab that membership, grab a fan show membership and chat with us, everybody, and skip the queue and come on and have a good chat. But let's bring on our first guest, Dave.
Let's get him on.
Dan Davenport, get him in here. He's been waiting patiently. Bring him in here, Dave.
Dan the man, how are you keeping?
I'm fine, thank you.
You keeping well?
Yeah.
Good to see a smile on your face throughout these difficult times, my man. But come here. Where do you want to kick off? What do you want to talk about? We've a number of talking points here. We've got the new director of football, Nagelsmann, looks like he's back to front runner. Hugo Lloris being out for the rest of the season sort of gives us a chance to look at a new captain. What do you want to talk about, Dan?
What about Simeone? You haven't mentioned him.
Because he hasn't been on the managerial shortlist, my man. I don't think fans will put up with Simeone. He's way more defensive than Jose Mourinho and Antonio Conte. Yeah. I don't think they'd hack it.
He's like Jose. He's like if Jose and Conte made a baby. If anything, I think Simeone. He's like the most defensive manager there is. I'm actually a guy who is a bit of a sicko for the defensive football, but even me myself, I know that we need to sort of move away from that. It's not exactly what sort of Spurs are built on. It's not really how Spurs fans seem to enjoy their football. But Dan, you spoke about Xabi Alonso, I believe, in the back end, and what are your thoughts on him? Is he like somebody, or you? What do you think? Could he be a good manager in the future? Is he somebody that Spurs could take a chance on?
I think he knows the Premier League because he was a successful player at Liverpool.
Yeah.
And the Rafa Benitez.
Good leader, right? As well. I think a lot of people thought of Xabi Alonso as like a real leader, right, in the midfield, and it's always been seen as a very intelligent player, if I'm not mistaken, right? Xabi Alonso. And do you feel like when you saw him play, did you feel like he was going to be a manager in the future?
Definitely, yeah.
And also as well, what is it? Vincent Kompany? What do you think? Between, I guess they're two former players, two kind of former Pep Guardiola disciples there. Dan, I mean, what do you feel like? Vincent Kompany, Xabi Alonso? Would you have a preference between two?
Probably good Kompany because he's worked under Pep.
Yeah. Kompany as well for me because I feel like he has a better chance of getting rid of Eric Dyer because he's actually played against that fool, and he's probably maybe more keen on maybe fixing the defense than Xabi Alonso might. Xabi Alonso might be more looking at the midfield, looking at other areas of the squad, and I feel like Vincent Kompany will, considering he's played against this Spurs team, not too long ago, he could probably go into it and just do some pretty good cleaning up, I think, of that back line.
And as for director of football, what about Michael Emenalo, who used to be a director of football at Chelsea under when Chelsea were successful under the Abramovich era?
Ooh, I would take it. Dave, would you take a former Chelsea director of football? No? I mean, they knew what they were doing with that player. The guys who were finding Salah, De Bruyne, I mean, they had some real Courtois, right, at one stage. I mean, they had some of the best players in the world, like they were identifying at a young age.
Yeah, look, I suppose, we've sort of had, ex-Chelsea managers, haven't we? So, I mean, look, I suppose I wouldn't say no to it, Jack. Look, I'll be honest, I just want the situation sorted out. It's absolutely unbearable what we're going through right now. I actually don't care where they come from, as long as they have the expertise to be able to sort this club out.
Definitely.
I can put rivalry aside for the benefit of getting this sorted out. So if that's the case, that that's who we're looking at, and they want the job, fair enough. Bring him in. But let's wait and see. But be interesting to see what IrishHotspur can do. The fact that he has worked in the Leipzig, sort of set up, and we've got Scott Munn, who has also worked in the City group, and we know the way they sort of identify players, pass them around, develop them and stuff like that. Be very interesting to see what IrishHotspur can do. What do you think about a IrishHotspur and Nagelsmann partnership for next season, Dan? Would that fill you with any confidence?
I've never heard of IrishHotspur, but Nagelsmann's a very good manager, though.
What is it you like about Nagelsmann? What do you think he has that he can sort of get Tottenham back on the right path?
Well, he's young, a manager, and he did quite well at Bayern Munich.
How young was Pochettino when we got him? I know Nagelsmann is like really young. But how young?
Was 37, 38, was he? Could have been a bit younger.
Could have been younger than Nagelsmann.
I can't remember how old Pochettino was when he joined.
So do Spurs maybe do better with younger managers? I guess here's actually the thing, right? Nagelsmann some people really love him, but other people think he could be the next AVB. I believe, Dan, right? He could be the next sort of like football manager type manager where maybe too many tactics, too many sort of, changes and maybe just a bit too sort of kind of a modern or whatever it was, right, with Villas-Boas. Do you feel like he could be Villas-Boas, or is he the real deal, Nagelsmann?
I think he could be the real deal.
Mm.
What about Brendan Rodgers?
I feel like he's probably 8th or 9th on my list there, Dan. But to be fair, do you feel like the manager list, I'm not too mad about it. I feel like the manager list, it's not like there are any names on there that I'm completely against. If actually the one I'm maybe more against just is the Xabi Alonso one, just because I don't think he's really that proven at all. Like, I just feel like it's a bit way too sort of gung-ho to go after him. But at the end of the day, he's still doing quite well over at Leverkusen, so I would still support him. It's better than the Gattusos and whatnot that we've been linked to in the past. I feel like the manager list isn't even that bad, Dan.
Okay.
What do you think? Do you like the manager list?
I do like the manager list.
Yeah.
It's better than names we were linked with, on the last one, wasn't it? Like Fonseca, the guy with the Batman thing. And it was getting beyond the joke. It's like we were moving into, Comic-Con or something. It was absolutely ridiculous. But I do like the list of managers this time round. At least they're managers that you know a lot about already. You don't exactly have to go and do lots of digging unless you want the nitty-gritty sort of details from them. But when you look at the manager list, they're all sort of names that everyone sort of knows a bit about, which I find a bit more confident than maybe the ones previous, like Fonseca, Gattuso, Nuno, people like that,
There's a bit more in common, I think, with all of them too, right? Some of these managers, you could, like I said, if you were to make a Venn diagram of a lot of these guys, I think there's some things that they definitely have in common, if I'm not mistaken. I think Nagelsmann, is maybe a bit more experienced than some of these other guys, but most of these managers are quite young. Most of these managers are more up and coming, not exactly sort of maybe towards the tail end of their career or sort of well established. They're maybe still, trying to establish themselves and still trying to prove, still hungry and all that. So you could say that there is maybe some sort of sense of, connection between a lot of these guys in whatever ways. And the style of football, to be fair, for most of them is somewhat similar.
We're going back to what has served us well, Jack. Pochettino, Martin Yole at the time. We're going back to sort of managers that have served us well in the past. Sort of people that have sort of a bit of experience in the game, but have fresh ideas, have a fresh approach to the game, more of a modern day approach, you would say, to the game. So it does look like that we have sort of clarified a route that we're going down with the list and the names on the list, which is good. Finally, we've clarified a route because, look, bringing in a Conte, a Jose Mourinho hasn't worked because we haven't brought in the players that they wanted us to bring in. We don't want to spend the cash that requires. So, it's good to see that we're sort of trying to revert back to what has served us well. It's good to see that we're sort of trying to revert back to playing out from the front and pressing from the top, which is it's good to see. It's good to see, and it will give Spurs fans a bit more of a renewed optimism over the summer and going into next season, right? Because if we sort of persisted with more of the same of what we've seen, there'll be a lot of skepticism heading into next season. But the fact that we're looking to get back on the front foot playing football, it's a good thing. It probably does give people more of optimism.
Yeah, absolutely, Dave. And I'm with that 1,000%.
What about the Harry Kane situation? Would you cash in on him in the summer?
I don't get me started.
Are you going to let down Dave here? What are you going to do, Dan? Would you want to keep Harry Kane, or should we cash in now? What do you think?
If he doesn't sign a new contract, when they will have to sell him in the summer.
Oh, how much do you think we can get in for him? Do you think Daniel Levy's going to hold out for 100 million, or do you think it might be less?
I'm sure someone like Man United will spend 100 million for Kane.
Interesting. Do you know what? On that, Dan? I feel. Look, if he wasn't to sign him, we were in a position where we have to sell him, right? I'm not sure clubs will pay 100 million, to be honest with you. I think if you're a club and you sort of know that Harry Kane wants out, and the fact you can get him free the following season or that, for me, I think you're probably more looking at about 80 million rather than 100 million. I don't see a club stumping up 100 million on a player that's sort of 29 heading into his 30s. I really don't see it.
True.
Wait and see. I just hope he signs a new contract, to be honest with you. But we'll have to wait and see what happens there, to be honest with you.
Last question from me, Dan. Where do you think Spurs are going to finish this season? Looks like 7th, 8th,
Uh,
9th, or maybe more your
uh,
choices. If you wanted to take a look at the table here, here's a look at it. Let me bring it up for you. What do you think? Where are we finishing? Where are we finishing?
I don't know now. It's
I
difficult.
need you to know. I need an answer. 6th, 7th, 8th. Where are we going?
Maybe 7th or 8th.
Would you like Conference League, or would you rather us finish outside the Conference League?
I don't know, really.
Do you think it benefits the manager to just sort of have fewer games, or should the manager maybe get as many games as possible? Because for me, I feel like the manager might, especially if he's new to the Premier League, might benefit from just having fewer games, sort of more time to drill down what he wants with the players. But
Yeah.
we also, as sort of, let's be honest, bored Spurs fans, Dan, we want to see as many games as possible, right? We want to see Spurs playing
Yeah.
as much as we can.
Yeah, true. There's too many fixtures in the European competitions, and players get tired very easily.
Yeah, I feel like if anything, actually, I don't know. The Conference League is a difficult one to navigate, Dan. So it's hard to know, whether the next manager who comes in can sort of, make the right decisions when it comes to the squad and sort of just all of that on paper. But
I
Just
wanted
on
to ask you about Miguel Almiron. Did you see him as a success before he came to Newcastle?
I think he's on fire this season. I wish we could maybe take him, but it looks like he might be there forever. I mean, he's becoming
Yeah.
kind of their golden child over there because, right, he was brought in, I think, during the Mike Ashley era, and he probably looked like he was going to be a good player, but then, kept playing under, who was it, Steve Bruce, Dave? And maybe under Steve Bruce didn't look like that great of a player, and now under Eddie Howe, he's come alight and it's looking fantastic. A lot of Newcastle players, to be honest, have just all of a sudden just turned into completely different players under Eddie Howe. So
He was a Rafa Benitez signing though, Almiron.
Oh, okay.
From Atlanta.
Yeah, he came over from America.
He's played under some very negative managers, you could say, Almiron, and now he's being, given the license.
I'll be honest, I'm not sure Amarin's a Tottenham player, though. I'd like to see more end product from the guy, to be honest with you. I think he's one of them. I think in the next
He likes
year,
to run
I
around.
think he'll be shipped on from Newcastle, if you want me to be brutally honest, with the better quality of players I think they'll end up bringing in.
Interesting.
But big up, Dan. Really appreciate your time this afternoon, my man. And hopefully we get to speak again soon.
Okay, take care.
See you, Dan.
What's up, man, Dan? Thanks for getting us started, brother.
Big up, my man. Bye-bye. Everyone, big up Dan Davenport. Absolutely love that. What a man. Well, look, we'll keep moving. We got a couple of comments here. I like this one. Adama Cruz says, Dave, I'm from Dublin, and when I first started listening to you, I used to think this Egypt from Kildare doesn't have a clue. But I have to admit, my opinion has changed, and I think you speak a lot of sense. So respect where it's due. Keep up the good work, man. Absolute legend.
Thank you,
I really love that. Look, when I first came onto YouTube, I was just so angry with what's going on with Tottenham, and it's sort of like I have sort of calmed myself down a little bit, or tried to calm myself down a bit. Some people would say Dave is still as angry as ever. But look, when it comes to football, I do like to think I speak a bit of sense at times. But big yourself up, man, and I really appreciate that. It's really kind words, and it's good to hear that people are listening to what I have to say, and that maybe I'm changing people's perception or images of me. I think one thing that I always will struggle with, my man, is how I convey my points, how I get them across. I'm not the most articulate. I've never claimed to be. I was a bit of a dum-dum in school and stuff like that. So I struggle maybe to articulate my points the best, or get them across the way maybe others do. But I appreciate that, my man. Big yourself up. Appreciate that.
Thanks, man.
And then we've got David Clark. Good to see you in the building, sir. Says, hi from Leicester. I'd like to say what a great commentary from last night from you two on Spurs under-18s Cup final win. Great to listen to a commentary on Spurs without some ex-Arsenal player. Do you know
we
what?
tried our best, David. Like, we're not even the most knowledgeable on the team at all. Like, we're probably a bit sort of amateur when it comes to our knowledge. It was a bit sort of last minute, and I think we probably know as much as the average sort of obsessed Spurs fan. And so it was just fun to watch a team that played an exciting brand of football. It was fun to watch kids that could be the future, that could be replacing some of these guys that we continue to feel like aren't good enough here at Spurs. And I don't know. Like, we haven't had a lot to cheer for this season, David. Let's be fair, and it was a good opportunity to have something to be proud of. And yeah, we weren't even the most knowledgeable, but it was a lot of fun.
I just wanted to, enjoy watching Tottenham lift the trophy with other people out there. Of course, I watched the under-17s and all. It was great to see, but I felt like missed an opportunity there to maybe enjoy a little bit of success that's coming our way with maybe all you guys out there. So we said we'll do a watch along with you guys and see if you wanted to join us with it. And it was just good to see. It was, do you know what it was? It was good to take yourself out of the immediate problems with Tottenham Hotspur and just sort of focus on something a little bit different for 2 hours. It was nice. I really enjoyed that, actually. So big up, David, my man. Really appreciate that. Big up, big boss man. Good to see you in as well. And also good to see Patrick Cale. He says, fair play, lads. Very respectful and an all-inclusive channel. Well done. Big up, Patrick, my man. I really appreciate that. Look, the whole aim of this is, yes, me and Jack, we share our opinions and everything else, but it's all about hearing what Spurs fans have to say and just providing a platform for everyone to come on and share their opinions and stuff like that. So thank you for all you guys who use that, whether you've come on, whether you come in the chat and participate, put your points and your your questions forward to us and everything else. We really do appreciate it. So thank you so much. But look, Jack, we'll keep this moving along, my man.
Keep this moving. She's been waiting very patiently here, Dave. Let's bring on your Friday argument, Dave. Your Friday argument.
The camera's on. She means business. Let's get her on.
I thought in the fairness of equality, I'll just put on the camera, eh? Why not?
Thanks, Mia. It's
good to see you with the camera on. It's a nice change.
Also, Dave, don't do yourself dirty like that. You put yourself across really, really well, and your passion's there, and that's what matters. It doesn't matter if you're not particularly articulate. That's fine. Not like, I don't think there's many of us who went enough to a posh school to speak like the Queen's English. Let's be honest. Like, I speak like a right Cockney. I say water instead of water. So it is what it is. But honestly, you do fantastic, Dave. Don't put yourself down. I just wanted to say that.
Look, I appreciate that, but I sometimes I feel like a bit of an imposter when you hear other people, come on, put their points across and stuff like that. I feel a bit of an imposter, but there's no doubt my heart is there anyway. But anyway, Mia, enough of me. This is your time to shine. What would you like to talk about, my dear?
I'd like to actually talk about maybe with the change of captain with Lloris. Like,
okay.
I get what people say. Like, obviously, I've got big respect for Lloris for all that he did. He has done. He did do. He's been with us a long time. I wouldn't disrespect him in that way. But when a player is past it, you just got to accept they're past it. And lately, he has just been absolutely awful. He really has been awful. And I'm hoping that with him going, this could be the catalyst for a really big change at the club, because I feel like we need that. We need to have this change where we've got a new voice as captain, where a captain can be a real captain, not be in the back, being a goalkeeper. We need somebody who's further forward in the field, someone who's got a really good way about them to command the pitch, say, you over there, what are you doing? Like, what the heck are you doing, for God's sakes, and give them a good, little talking to. So I think that it's really important to have those leaders on the pitch. And I think the most important leader is your captain. And I feel like that has been really a miss at Tottenham for a while. So I think this could be a catalyst for a big change.
Do you feel like the power and the influence of the captain, Mia, is maybe not spoken about enough, or maybe isn't given, enough sort of value or attention by fans? Like, do you feel like a captain plays a bigger role than maybe sometimes we think?
Yeah, I think there is a lot to be said. I think that it isn't necessarily that they've got that title captain, because I think that the title captain is just a title, but it's about being the captain. You can have that title all you want, but you have to be that captain. So you have to be the one who is going to listen to what other players have got to say, put their point across as well if they need to, or try and sort stuff out. If there's a beef between players, you're the captain. You need to get in between them and say, listen, boys, what the hell are you doing? Give your heads a wobble. That's
they can be the player liaison as right, even too, the captain to the coach. Often and they're also the player liaison to the ref as well. They're responsible for communicating to the referees. And like you said, maybe it's just a title, it's just an armband, but it's how you carry yourself, and that's when it can mean more than that, and that's when it
That's
can,
it.
you know, have a
And
deeper
like
meaning.
sometimes you feel like that some of the players, if we had a player that's not necessarily got the armband, but you think actually you look like you are the captain because at least you are trying to get your points across. At least you're trying to sort of sort things out, where the person who's got the armband isn't actually doing it. So I'm hoping this is a major catalyst for another push towards some sort of change in the club, and that this boys group that is formed, that could be broken up, that we get rid of those players, they are going to get gone, and then there's going to be these new players, young players, that they can be influenced by a good leader, because that's what you need, a good leader, someone who speaks well, who can just get across their points and not just stand in the back and just point fingers or not really do anything, like even look nervous. You want someone, even Forster looks more of a leader than what Lloris does. He's got that body language about him. I can't explain.
Like
when he stands tall, he's tall when he stands. He's proud when he stands.
I think that's spot on.
He puts his chest out. Where Lloris doesn't, he just like hunches and all, like looks nervous, and he never looks like, yes, I am the leader.
Did he look more confident in the past? Do you feel like Lloris? Did he used to carry himself maybe better? Do you feel like
maybe
in this
slightly,
season?
maybe slightly better? Maybe he knows those mistakes and he feels like that is on him. But I've never felt like he has had that about him. Okay. Even when we saw in the documentary when he took on Sonny, you just thought, what are you going to do? Like Sonny and him, it's a bit like that fight in Bridget Jones's Diary when they're fighting over, and they fight like girls. They're just slapping each other like little girls. They're just like with each other. Like that's not really fighting. You know, that's what Lloris reminds me of. He wouldn't actually fight. Like I just don't think he's a very manly man in that sense. And he just doesn't have that passion. Like he doesn't come across like passionate.
Yeah.
But look, you know, also I would go, but I just want to take you up on a point that you said about, you know, being the leader and the chain of command and stuff like that. You know, since he's been captain, you had under Jose Mourinho, Danny Rose on the documentary asking Jose about playing time. He didn't like the answer. He says, I'm running to Daniel. Under Nuno, you had Ben Davies running up to Daniel. You know, you had players under Conte running up to Daniel. If you've got a strong leader in your squad and a real good captain, they go to the captain, and the captain goes to the manager, and the manager then relays that to the director, who delays that to Daniel. Not just going straight up to the hierarchy. And that just proves that Hugo Lloris has lost all control of that dressing room, because that should not be the chain of command. Because if you've got players who just ignore what the captain say, ignore what the manager says, and go straight to the chairman, that's why we see a lot of the in-house problems we see in the squad. But when you look at the rest of this squad, over the next four games, who do you think, who would you like to see given the opportunity to put themselves forward for the captaincy? Because I don't know whether you're with me, right? Look, Kane has had his chance, but for me, nothing really changed. And I'm not sure whether that's because he's just not a vocal leader, or because there's reports saying behind the scenes he's a bit of a vocal leader, but I'm not 100% sure. Or whether, you know, is it just, even if you give it to a Højbjerg or a Skip, say, you're still going to see the same things because the whole squad is damaged? Or, you know, is there a player in there that you actually think can lead this for the last 4 games and actually get people to respond to him?
Joe, it's really difficult because these last 4 games, it's such a short period of time, and you don't want to, I don't know, like I would love to see Skip have it, because I do think Skip has got bigger balls than a lot of those grown men who've been doing it for years, and Skippy hasn't been doing it as long. And, you know, you can see at least he tries, at least he's got that passion and that desire. So I probably would say Skip, because Kane, I think Kane's just he's very quiet, isn't he? He's a very quiet guy. He doesn't come across like he's, again, has got that body language, that confidence to tell people, listen, you stop doing that. You know, you have to have a certain aura about you. And Kane just doesn't have that. Like at home, his missus definitely is the boss. Like there's no way he's the boss at home. You can just tell. His woman probably said to him, she's like, come on, do this for me now. Come on, you, come on. And he's probably like, okay then. You know, like, I'm not being rude, but he just doesn't come across that kind of guy that can be very commanding. I'm not saying any man should command a woman. Please don't get it wrong. Absolutely. Equal relationships, always, 100%. But it just doesn't seem like he's got anything about him to even fight back if anyone says to him, like, he just wouldn't say boo to a goose, would he? Like that's.
But you also said, right, as a goalkeeper, you're already so far away from the action that if you are going to be then the captain, you kind of do need to even probably shout even louder. You need to be even more like sort of like like a commanding presence. Like Pickford as the captain for Everton, he's near like he's annoying, if anything, like for opposition fans, because you're just sort of like, what's this keeper like doing all the way up the pitch here? Like he's sprinting, halfway up the pitch just to speak to the ref in certain situations. And also, I think it was Wolf Mauler or somebody who brought up Oliver Kahn, right? Like he was just also as well, right? He had to like shout his, face off in order to be taken seriously, maybe more as a captain and everything. So we just don't get that from Hugo.
And also, it's not because I don't think Kane's not professional, because obviously I think he's the ultimate professional. Absolutely. In everything he does, he's so professional. It's just he hasn't got that thing about him. You can just tell, he just hasn't. And that's nothing, it's nothing bad because everybody's so different and unique. But to be a captain, you have to be a certain type of person. When you look at captains of the past in all teams, when you look at a John Terry, when you look at like in Arsenal, when you look at Roy Keane in Man United, like honestly, they've had some like real leaders. Like that's the thing. Like that's the difference. And I feel like you do have to have that certain personality to be a leader and to be a captain, Well,
I also believe you've got to have that bit of intimidation factor or fear factor about you, right? Because not only that, but also respect as well from all of your teammates. And I've no doubt Harry Kane has the respect, but I don't think that fear factor is there that, if he was to maybe lose it a little, that people would say, hang on, fuck me, I better buck up my ideas here. I don't think he has that in him. I think he's more of a leader on the pitch. You know what you're going to get from him week in, week out. But as a guy that's walking around ranting, raving, pointing, stuff like that, I agree with you. I don't think Kane is that man. So who would you give it to then? Ollie Skip 100%?
I think Skip. I think Skip. I think that Højbjerg is a bit hit and miss for me. And I feel like with Skip, because he loves the club, he's a Tottenham boy through and through. And that's another thing, because he knows because we know how much he loves the club. I think that makes another bit of difference as well. I'm not saying that the next captain has to be someone from the academy, but for these games, I feel like Skip gets it. And that's what you want. For these games, you want someone who's going to get it and make sure that these lads are like stepping in line. It doesn't matter that he's young. I feel like he's got that about him where he is commanding anyway. He doesn't care that he's younger than them. He does not care, because you can tell he doesn't care. So that's what you want. So I think give it to Ollie Skip. I really like Skippy.
Do you think over the summer, Mia, because I feel like right now it's kind of hard to sort of like think about picking a captain because you have all these other guys that we kind of want to get rid of, right? And so I think also what comes with picking the captain is, don't they also sort of like have a bit of a player's pick where like the players kind of, maybe point somebody that they also think they would get behind? Because while we would take Skippy seriously as captain, it's up to the players, right, to take him seriously and take him, into consideration. But I'm not sure if that sort of process can begin until maybe like the preseason kind of gets kicked up again, because it feels like now you wouldn't want like Dyer or Sanchez having their opinion, or even Lloris having his opinion on like who the next captain should be. It probably should be until like those guys are gone.
I meant Skip for the 4 games, Jack. I didn't mean.
Sorry. No, you're ahead of me.
And I did say because like for the future captain, I think that it's going to have to be decided. It's going to be it's going to be really tough, because I feel like we need to get rid of a lot of senior players, and I feel like that there's not going to be many left who I would personally pick as captain. If I'm honest, it's a really tough thing to like be able to pick who is going to be the one that can command them once we do get
from the transfer market. Like, can you bring in like a Bonucci or like a Sergio Ramos kind of character that just like comes in?
Do you know what? A lot of people say you don't do that because they've just come in, and to make them captain makes the other players feel a bit like, oh, well, they've just come in and they're captain. But me personally, do it, because if that's how players feel, then you get your feelings hurt. Boo hoo! Like, just go cry to your mama. Like, honestly, don't cry.
We've seen
about
Thiago Silva go into that Chelsea team, right, and just command authority right away. It's, I don't know. It's not. It can work. I think it's up to the players as well. Though.
I think if you get the right player that people respect, I think if a player came in that was really respected, I think that most players shouldn't have a problem with that. If you get a really well-respected player, why would any players have any issue with making them a captain?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter how long you've been here, because look, you've all been here and you're bums and you've never got it before. So what makes you think that you can just automatically have it just because you've been here a while? No. That's not how it works. The captain's got to be best for the club, best for the team. It ain't about you. It's about what's best for the team. And that's what it is. It's a team game. So therefore, you have to do what's best for the team. So if they come in and get it, so what?
But you know what? That will also highlight who's actually here for Tottenham Hotspur and wants to be a part of the team and pushing forward, and who's here for themselves. You know, that'll separate the wheat from the what was Sean saying? The wheat from the chaff or something like that. I don't know, whatever he says. But you know, for me, it'll definitely expose personalities or characters within the squad that maybe aren't pulling in the right direction, because you'll clearly see it. You'll see the frustration on social media, you see the frustration on the pitch whenever they get a chance and stuff like that. So look, I personally right now, I don't think it's a bad idea to get someone to come in from the outside and lead this club. But however, like you and me were speaking about, I think it's got to be someone with a bit of history behind them, with some trophies behind them, for them to automatically gather that respect. But then you also got to find a character that, if someone who has no skin in the game or hasn't won anything in the game pipes up, he offers them out in the car park for a scrap. Because it's the only way you're going to learn. It's the only way you're going to get a bit of command around this football club, because you got to remember, we're starting from scratch. There's no leadership in there whatsoever. So this next captain has to be a nasty individual in terms of, you know, none of this bickering back and forth. We've heard Ben Davies after West Ham game this year say the players in the dressing room were telling each other home truths. We've heard it since then. We've heard it gone on before then. And nothing ever gets sorted out. So instead of just telling each other home truths, that's the problem. You know, that should tell you there's a problem, that everyone's going back and forth. There's no one really as a leader there to say, look, this is the fucking problem. Shut up and listen to me. So that next guy has to do that. You don't listen to me out in the car park. You're going home to your missus with a black eye today. That's what's happening. And then you'll see players fall in line, listen and stuff like that.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. Yeah, no, I do agree with that. Definitely. It has to be somebody like that, a really good, strong personality. And I don't necessarily think, do you know what? If they come in and they haven't won like loads of stuff, to be honest with you, I don't know if that makes a difference. Well, it has to be somebody who will offer you out if you do wrong. Like, listen, like, we're going outside, you, me, now. No bars hold, like in WWE, innit? Like, get the chairs out, get everything out, whatever.
You know what?
Old school.
Get the hairsprays out, with them.
So they would. Tottenham media would be putting it up as WWE on their YouTube videos. Like,
well, you know, it could make it. Listen, some of that I would actually watch, because there's certain players I wouldn't mind seeing being DDT'd through a table. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, honestly, some of them I absolutely wouldn't mind about it. I'll be like,
I think nowadays, Mia, it's more like what Roy Keane says. I think they're more just fighting each other with their hair gels and their hairsprays than they are, you know, like
that's what I said about the like kind of like that kind of sappy kind of fighting, like not when you're like proper fisting, like fist fights. They're like just like little girly fights over who's going to get the hairdryer first, who's going to get the hairspray first.
Our dressing room was probably like that. I took your hairspray and your hairdryer, you're not getting it back. That's probably what they're arguing over. It's
probably,
honestly, look, things have to change. And I know some people don't like, you know, might not like a strong individual or an argumentative individual in the club right now. But honestly, that's what sort of leader we need, because you've got too many people with opinions that just have no right to have them whatsoever. So I do think that the club needs it. But me, anything else you want to talk about? We've got the new director of football, his name mentioned. You got Nagelsmann. Looks like back to front runner again, stuff like that.
We can talk about with the obviously the manager saga that carries on and on and on. I think that I'm going to be fully grey by the time we get a manager, to be honest with you. That's what it kind of feels like. I've already got a few grey hairs thanks to the children. I don't need any more, thank you, Tottenham. Can we please get a manager? But I do understand why it takes time, because look at the thing with Poch and Chelsea. They've not even said it yet, and apparently Poch might be having doubts. So it can always go wrong at any point. So I do kind of understand why it takes a little bit of time. But I want us to get Nagelsmann. I think Nagelsmann is a good manager. I looked it up. Poch was 42 when he came to us. Yeah. But what I will say is that he didn't have that much experience either. He did only have Southampton and Espanyol, yeah, and Espanyol. So actually, he's probably around the same kind of, maybe like same-ish kind of level. He is a bit younger, but I would like him because I do think he's quite an exciting manager. I think that he can play different formations. So I do think that's good because we want somebody who can maybe adapt for different games, etc. Obviously, the DOF's an issue, depending on who we get.
Is there anyone out there that sort of tickles your fancy that you look at and you're like, you know what, I've done a bit of research into him. I like the players that he's bought to various clubs and stuff like that. Is there anyone out there that you think you would like him?
Do you know what? I can't, Joe, that you can, the thing about it is that you can look up and say, oh, he bought that player, but then obviously there's probably as many bad players they bought in as not bad, but players that didn't work out because not all players suit clubs. So I think it's really tricky to decide who it should be. I think it's got to be someone who works well with the manager. I think that's the most important part. As long as they work well with the manager, that's the best bit because that's the bit you want to work. And if you've got that relationship, if they've got that good relationship, they've got that trust, they've got that thing together, I think that's what makes the difference. So whoever we get in as manager and they've got to work with the DOF, they've got to work well together. So that's all I care about. So I just want them to work well as a team in being able to decide on players because that's obviously key. So yeah, I think that obviously that's got to be something we've got to think about.
Another thing you said there just quickly was about Pochettino. I don't know whether you agree with me. I think what probably separates me, Pochettino, from that list is that the fact that he sort of had the Premier League experience. He had that sort of experience in England before he came to Tottenham. You know, there was already signs of the job he'd done at Southampton. When I look at the likes of an Arne Slot and people like that, they don't have that experience in England that we can sort of reference to. Does that concern you a little?
Yeah, and I do completely understand your concerns with that. Like, I do get it. But when are you going to, like, before Southampton, Poch didn't have any experience and Southampton gave him a chance. So I guess at some point a manager has to be given a chance if they've never been in England before. And okay, I know that Southampton isn't on the level of Tottenham. However, when you look at someone like, I don't want to talk about them down the road, but when you look at him, he had no experience. He was a number 2 and went straight into Arsenal. So, you know, I'm not saying he might be the exception more than the rule, but I do think that with someone like Nagelsmann, I think that he's got Champions League experience. I think that his experience in other competitions as well helps that he has had experience with playing against other teams from other places. So he hasn't just played in the Bundesliga. So that obviously is another factor that I feel like I consider when it comes to him. You know, I do think that he is someone that has got that bit more experience. With Arne Slot, maybe it is a bit different. But again, it's a risk. Everything's a risk though. And I know that we've got to get this right, but there's always going to be a matter of risk, isn't there? There's always going to be a risk with a manager because we thought it was okay. Like, a lot of people were on board with Jose, a lot of people were on board with Conte. So, and that's still a bit of a risk because you know that what the kind of managers that they are, the type of football, they can be a little bit, you know, temperamental at times because we've seen Jose have outbursts. We saw Conte have outbursts. So I feel like everything's a bit of a risk anyway. Yeah. So I would rather risk it on someone younger because I feel like someone young with fresh ideas, like even a company, I feel like he comes from a good crop of like from Pep. So for me, that's somebody that I feel like he's got that personality, he's got that strong leadership, and what he's done with Burnley and turned them around from that long kick ball down the field to the team they've become is amazing. And also the way that he is with the players, like he's very firm but fair, which is really like good. That's what you want. So he's obviously a very strong leader when it comes to management. So I wouldn't mind giving someone like a company a chance, but I am looking at someone probably younger. I feel like a young manager is what we had with Poch, and it sort of, I think that's good. I think it works with younger players as well because they can also identify with them maybe a little bit more, and they want to maybe listen to them a bit more. I'm not saying that's right, but you know, if you're going to use your youth, it's good to be youthful yourself. Maybe, I don't know, but
yeah.
I think in modern day football, I think that's probably changed a little. Look, back when it was like Sir Alex Ferguson era, I thought, you get away with being that different era, different sort of society back then where you could be that sort of
Yeah.
godlike figure, everyone in fear of you and stuff like that. But I hear some players that have come out of the game recently and they say, look, the dressing rooms have completely changed from that era to this era. They're a lot more fragile mentally and stuff like that. So I think Mia probably does have a point there where, maybe why you see a lot of these modern day managers or younger managers coming in, getting jobs and sort of being successful is because they're more in tune with the modern day man or the modern day player, if you like, than maybe what an Antonio Conte is or a Jose Mourinho is, right? Where they're sort of still from that old school,
Yeah, no, I do think there is something in that. I do. But as I say, I feel like anything is a bit of a risk, but I wouldn't mind Nagelsmann. I wouldn't mind company. I think that they're both good. And we've got so many other names that keep getting chucked into the pot of who we might get that, you just don't know. Like, until I hear anything substantial from somebody that's a good source, I take everything with a pinch of salt that's in the papers, because every single day there's something new and somebody new that we're apparently talking to. So I'm a bit like, oh, just another one that we're talking to. So, yeah, for me, I feel like Nagelsmann's probably got the strongest link so far, which seems to be the one that we keep getting linked to. And apparently he's got like a few demands that he wants, but mostly he does want the job and he does seem to think it's a good project. So
I think it's just clarity he's even asking for. He just wants further clarity on certain things, and it's not even like they're big demands. Like, I want this many M&Ms, when I arrive to my hotel room or something.
I did demands like that because it's obviously paper talk, isn't it? They like to dramatize it. The demands of Nagelsmann, that's what they all dramatize it. That's why I don't take much note, like, never mind of it. I take not much notice, because
we do as
to
well
me,
over here.
Yeah, to me, he probably wants a bit of clarity, like you say, on what the plan is. But any manager should want to know what the plan is, surely. Like, I would want to know what a plan is if I'm going to manage somewhere. I don't want to just go in and get chucked in and go, here you go, off you go in the deep end. You want to know a plan and what's going on. So I don't think it's anything unusual. And I think every manager is going to ask that. I don't think it's just going to be Nagelsmann who asks it. So the fact he's asking means that he's interested enough to ask. So it can't be a bad thing for me.
I think that's well
very fair point.
Well broken down.
Very fair point. And look, I think, with these younger managers, and this is something I heard actually just quickly, Mia, before we let you plug your channel, is that players nowadays, they want all the information. They want, they want all the stats and everything else, more so than what players did back in the day. And I think it's more so the same with managers now. You got like older sort of managers who back their ability, have the confidence, have the swag, walk into a job without really asking too many questions, because it doesn't matter, I'll be able to turn it around. Whereas I think you got, younger managers now looking at things a bit more and going, okay, well, how much of a say do I really have? Because I look at this and I know I'm going to need this, I know I'm going to need that and stuff like that. So, look, Nagelsmann, I think he's well within his rights to ask the questions, and it'd be interesting to see what answers come back, whether he likes them or whether he doesn't. I think time will tell. But Mia, disappointed I didn't get my Friday argument, so I'm going to have to leave it down to last night.
Well, if you want to, I can talk about how I would sell Harry Kane, but
get him on over to the channel. Have a real battle. Have a WWE battle when it comes to Harry Kane over on your channel.
Listen, he ain't winning no battle against me. Trust me.
Bring out the chairs. Bring out the table.
I've got the chairs.
Nice.
I'll do a few press ups before I go. Yeah, before I get
the
going.
War paint on. Get the war paint on.
Trust me. When I go to war, I go to war. So. Yeah, you don't want that war. You don't want that war, Dave.
Good chat, though, Mia. Good chat. It's good to see you back. And camera looks great. Microphone sounds great. I mean, honestly, you're looking very professional. So please, everybody, go check out Mia's channel. Better time than ever.
I'm gonna be dropping my preview for the Crystal Palace game later on. So go over. I'm going to do it as a premiere. So go and watch it on the channel. Give it a like. Comment as well, and then comment after, because it all just helps the channel, doesn't it?
Yes.
All with the likes, and obviously being a smaller channel, no matter what I try and do, thumbnails, titles, it don't make any difference because I'm small. Yeah, because the algorithm doesn't like me because I'm too tiny at the moment to get noticed. So the
Let's
more
help
people
Mia
watch,
battle that algorithm. Let's help
yeah, I
Mia
need to
defeat that
battle it.
algorithm.
You say
everybody.
you battle it like you're battling it with like a bigger bat than me. I'm battling it with like a bat about this big. So I'm just like, come on, please, come on, just show my videos. So yeah, it's much hard. It's
Nice.
hard.
Everybody
Yeah.
go support Mia. She's done a great job for us on these fan shows. She's often is the person that it's opening up for us, maybe even closing it, helps us out on pre-match build-ups, all that sort of stuff. She's pushing for, are you at 400 yet? Or are we past 400?
No,
What are we
I'm not
going
at
for?
400 yet. I'm at
Still got to get there.
341.
41.
So
Let's help her
I
out,
need a
everybody.
few more.
350 by the weekend. That's what I think should be happening. 350 by the weekend, everybody.
you,
Let's
guys.
get there. Get some help her out with the algorithm. She's battling it on her own. So let's help her out here, everybody.
And the
That's
thing
right.
is, we've made it easy for you guys. You don't even have to type in Spurs between the lines. All you got to do is click on the link in the chat. It brings you
That's
straight
it.
to it. Smash the subscribe button. Takes 1 second.
And if you
Get it over
don't
there
know,
and show us.
if you don't know, give your head a wobble.
Exactly.
That's
right.
what I say.
Exactly right.
Back to Dave.
Back to me. I love it. Love it. Well, Mia, big yourself up. Great calling today. I really appreciate your time, my dear.
No
And
worries.
look, go and try and enjoy your Friday before it gets ruined.
Yeah, I'm going to
Tomorrow.
try and enjoy it as much as possible before the disaster comes.
Yeah.
The way
Let's
the
wait and
Tottenham
see.
minute. It's the way
Roy
of the
Hodgson,
Tottenham.
it's like a free scoring Roy Hodgson team, which is just weird. I'm even saying that out loud. So we'll see how this one goes.
Quickly, I really love Elise. What a player.
Yeah,
I
they
really
got some
like.
ones.
I messaged my brother a few weeks ago and said to him, oh my God, this player I really, really like. I liked him before, but every time I watch him, I'm just like, he's so, so good. And he's only young. He's only a young guy, but he is very, very good. Someone we have to watch out for if he plays because he's dangerous.
No, they picked up him from Reading, and they got Eze from like Crystal, not
Yeah,
Crystal,
Eze is
from
another one.
QPR, I think. So they had some good recruitment. Crystal Palace,
Yeah,
in
no,
those lower
definitely.
divisions, very good recruitment.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
A great combo, Mia. And I'm not sure if Dave's going to tell me about pre-match build-up later, but hopefully we get to see you over the weekend.
I'm sure I will be.
Okay, cool. Alrighty, big up, Mia.
I'll speak to you soon. All right, bye.
See you soon. See you, Mia. Bye-bye. Everyone,
Great chat.
like we said, do get over there. Give Mia the support and the love that she deserves. There's not very many, I would say, women in the Spurs community coming out there trying to put themselves out there in the YouTube community. You've got a few across the board. Of course, you've got Ellie, you've got Jodie, you've got the lady from the cheese room as well. There's a few out there. Get over there. Show Mia the support. She deserves it. Great conversation.
Yeah.
Big up, Ellie. Speaking of women out there in the community, we've got the one and only Ellie. Big yourself up. I know she enjoyed that under 18s victory last night.
Yes.
She says, David, you are no imposter. You are the one and only Irish Hotspur. And from the first time I heard you convey your passion, I was hooked. You and Jack have that special chemistry, and meeting you both, it was an honor. And I will cherish that West Ham match forever.
Me too, Ellie. To be fair, the West Ham match is as much as it was amazing to go, a second and third time, right, to the AC Milan and the Forest one. I think the West Ham match will forever probably be maybe one of the best experiences of my lifetime, like regardless of sport, just one of the best days of my life. And then also, I don't know if it could get a better sort of match, better sort of atmosphere, better sort of game than that. I remember a lot of people have even said, to me on that day that this is one of the better atmospheres we've had all season and everything. And that was just my only, first experience in general. Like everything was sort of surreal. Everything was sort of like for the first time, like it was almost sensory overload for me, Ellie. And just want to say thank you for giving me that, experience, because it wouldn't have happened, the West Ham, if it wasn't for you as well, Mia, would not have happened. And a lot of, I think, what Dave and I have done would not be possible without how you've supported us and how you've also, like Mia, been on, plenty of shows with us, gotten through a lot of fan shows, debate shows with us. Ellie, you've carried us for a very long time. Thank you, my dear. And as well, I think when it comes to, Dave and I and, the chemistry and everything, I think it's more just, I guess, the yin yang sort of, opposites. I think if Dave and I were both sort of, ranting and hollering and everything, it'd probably be, maybe nowhere near as good. I think it's the fact that Dave and I get along so well, but also are maybe so different from each other is what makes, makes things work.
I would say Jack's more my minder, Ellie. You know, he keeps me out of trouble. He keeps me from going on too long and stuff like that. You know, but no, look, I enjoy it. I enjoy it. I love it. You know, me and Jack sort of we have a good back and forth. You know, Jack's the yin to my yang. It's good. It's good. I wouldn't change it for anything. But Ellie, I think what also made that West Ham match so special is the fact that we got to sit in there with the legends before the game. We got a bit of an insight off them about Nuno's time in charge. But not only that, we got to go meet the great Glenn Hoddle and also get his signature, which I know you have been waiting for such a long time. And I was absolutely buzzing to see you getting Glenn Hoddle's signature and sitting on his knee for a picture. Honestly, I didn't think you were going to get off it, Ellie, to be honest with you. Thought they'd have to cart you out with him. But absolutely loved that day. And it was all made possible because of you. So I appreciate it, my dear.
And also,
you're still celebrating the under-18s.
Thanks for waiting up for us on that day as well when we were seeing Martin Chivers, and you were very patient waiting out with Dermot, I believe, in the cafe, and you waited a long time for us, and you're very patient. And then we went out and had a good evening. I think Ellie, right, went to the nice few pubs and everything. And thanks for tagging along, letting us keep you out really late and everything. We were probably worried, the daughter's sick and everything, but we got you home all nice and safe. So Ellie, thank you very much for just, having a good old time with us as well the second time that we came over as well, and letting us, keep you out as late as we did too.
And look, it's not going to be the last time we see each other. I think me and Ellie are locked in for Friends for Life. She comes over here to Dublin and I go up to her. I go over there. She comes over to meet me. It's a good friendship, Ellie, and I appreciate it. So big yourself up, my dear. Legend. Yeah. What else have we got going on here, Jacko? Where are we? I think we've got another. Yeah, we've got Bill. Oh, yeah, my bad. Bill Ed Nick says, wonder if Mason would take on Spurs ladies team. Be a good step, be a good job for him to get. It'd be interesting to see what he can do there.
Wayne Bonner has expressed this opinion. He wants to see Ryan Mason sort of stick in and around the club in some sense, like people who want Ryan Mason to have some connection still to Spurs. That would be technically an opportunity for him in the Spurs ladies team. The issue is, though, is that sort of crossover common? Is that sort of crossover accepted? I'm not sure. I can't speak to it at all. I'm not going to offer an opinion on it. I just am curious if that is, a thing that happens often. We do know that example, though, of the Canadian men's team manager who switched over from the women's team and had success in both, right? Was, clearly successful with both the men's team as well as the women's team. And if Ryan Mason wants to sort of stick around in London, stick around at Tottenham, I mean, there's only so long you can sort of be an assistant manager and be in and around that sort of era. If that's what he wants to be, that's what he wants to be. But if he wants to sort of maybe build a resume, build a career of some type, and he still wants to stay at Spurs, maybe take the opportunities that come his way.
What I would also say is, I think, look, there's a massive drop-off in terms of finances that will be available for him for a job in the women's game and a job in the men's game. And I'm not sure you're going to see many people sort of prepared to take that until maybe it gets up to an even keel with the sort of men's game. It's a huge drop-off. And you got to understand, Ryan Mason's got a family that he needs to, fend for and stuff like that. But, it'll be interesting to see. But look, the women's game is growing. It's growing absolutely massively. It's actually growing more rapidly than what I thought. And it's starting to get more money into the game than I thought. So you might actually see more of that in the future. Who knows, Bill Ednick? But big yourself up, my man. Yeah. I really, really appreciate the support, brother. If you guys out there are enjoying today's show and you do want to support everything we do here, feel free, like Eddie, like Ed, to send in a super chat with your support, with your message. We're guaranteed to bring it up. Have a good conversation on it. You can also support us through a small fee monthly through our channel memberships as well. But we know we're all feeling the pinch as well. Myself and Jack are really feeling it, just like you guys out there. So the least we ask is just at least for some engagement in the comment section with us. So big yourselves up, everyone, and let's keep moving. David Clark says Mason needs to go away and learn his trade in fresh surroundings, be his own man, and take it's time to grow TV. I agree. I definitely agree with that, Dave.
It's got to do it the right way.
Yeah.
Got to do about it the way other managers go about it. Even look how Vincent Kompany has gone about it, David Clark. I think Ryan Mason can go about it the way Vincent Kompany does. Maybe he goes abroad, goes some, place that maybe he feels comfortable learning his trade abroad for maybe a year or two, comes back, to the English sort of divisions and maybe goes to the championship. Like, I think he's got to learn maybe his craft and learn his trade, like you said. Spot on.
For sure. Big yourself up, my man. But look, let's keep this moving.
Tactician time, Ashmatic.
Yeah, big up. I believe this is Felix. Big up, Felix. Good to see you, my man. But look, let's keep this moving. We've got the one and only Ashmatic. Let's hear what you have to say. Ash, how are you keeping, brother?
Yeah, good, my boys. How are you guys doing, man? You good?
I'm all good. Did you enjoy your food in the back end? Was it nice? I'm
still get a bit of chicken out my teeth now. But yeah, I'm good, man. Belly's full.
What sauce is on the chicken? Tease me.
Oh man, there's too much seasoning.
Perry Perisic.
No, that's more the Portuguese. Me, I'm more like Caribbean style. So
nice.
We mix up. But yeah, I'll get there. With a little Portuguese.
Enough of the food, because honestly, my stomach's rumbling. I'm bloody starving.
Dave here.
But look, it is torturing me. If you want to torture me, don't bother tying me up or anything. Just tell me what you're having for dinner. Where do you want to start with this, my man? What sort of talking point do you want to address?
Oh, there's so many talking points. So many talking points. Shall we start with the manager/director of football situation?
What's your thoughts on the director of football? Because apparently he's actually worked with Nagelsmann in the Leipzig group before, but he's also worked with Scott Munn in the City group.
Yeah, I think it's a perfect marriage between the two, because you've got a relationship with the director of football, with the manager, working closely with each other. They'll be able to sit down and discuss potential transfers, and because they've worked together, I think it's an element of trust, and I think that's a massive thing as well. Once having a relationship, at times I wasn't sure if all three members of our footballing staff were on the same page with Levy, Paratici, and Conte. Sometimes I felt like they were on different pages at some of the times when they were at the club. But I'm more confident with this type of rumor going around that, with the past experiences, they could possibly work well together. And I think with the director of football, I think that should be the most important talking point out of everything, because in modern day football, managers come and go. The average manager would last between 15 months and 20 months. You can have some managers that outlast that, but statistically, you're having a manager and their backroom staff, they go, then that's basically a whole philosophy gone. Do you know what I mean? Like one Poch left, we basically lost our whole philosophy, our strategy, our identity, and it all went. And we brought another manager in, and he looked and smelled kind of different. In Mourinho, it's a completely different philosophy, different ideas about how the game should be played. And then when he went and his back staff went, then we had Nuno, and it's like, well, each time we're starting again. Nuno wanted more the youngsters. He brought in the kid Brian Hill. And he sat down with Paratici and he was looking for that type of ethos. And then obviously he went, and then Conte wanted more ready-made players. He was more of a win-now type of manager. So each time these managers go, the philosophy and the strategy and the ideas of how the game should be played changes. But if you look at the most successful clubs, I go back to like your Man City, they had the tiki-taka, I forgot his name, their sporting director. He knew the style of play that Pep wanted. And so even if Pep leaves, that identity and style will be there still. And then it's the same with Brighton. Brighton lost their director of football and lost their manager. And they still have an identity. We still know, no matter who they lose, if the Zerbi was to go tomorrow, we still know the style of Brighton, no matter what. And you can say the same with Salzburg, with RB Leipzig, with Dortmund, with many teams across Europe. It's always the sporting director that determines the bridge of the actual club, the identity. And that's what Spurs have been missing. We're not that type of club like a Manchester United where we go out and we just buy and buy and buy. That is something that's not being proven recently in modern day football that works. You need to have a way between the academy. Academy needs to understand the style of football that the professional team, the older team actually
Yeah.
play. You know, the senior team, not older, the senior team
Yeah.
play.
Also, because the director of football often outlasts the manager, right? He's
That's what I was
supposed to
saying.
be
That's what I
there,
was saying.
like
Yeah, that's my
technically,
whole
he's supposed to be there quite a long time,
This
like
is
the
my whole
director of
point.
football.
Yeah, this is what
Yeah.
my whole point is. And so with the director of football, if you've got a gateway between the actual academy and the actual senior team, then you're going to breed more youngsters, and then you'll be able to have a younger team. Because I think nowadays you need a young team to compete in the Premier League. You need legs, you need energy, especially with the high pressing or the mid pressing, or even if it's defensive block. You still need to counter attack. You still need to run. You still need to do loads of running and pressures. And remember when Conte took us up from like the lowest in the league to the highest in the league, there's still a lot of running. So you need young players, you need young legs to be able to deal with that. And I just feel like at the moment we've lost the gap between the academy and the actual senior team. And I felt like with Paratici, the only criticism I'll give him is that he kind of lost his way with the academy. I know there was some criticism with Conte saying there's too much of a gap because they need to have that.
I did hear Paratici contributed to it. Yeah, he contributed to that problem.
So I would like the sporting director. I know we haven't got a lot of time, but it's something that we want to focus on a lot more than the actual manager himself. The manager obviously lays the tactics, talks to the players, see them all the day to day, etc., etc. But like you said, Jack, that the actual sports director will outlast the manager.
Or at
So
least he should.
The economics of it alone needs to change. That needs to be where we're able to have younger players and then we can sell them if we need to, like 5 years down the line, 6 years
Do you
down the line.
disagree with Paul Beatty then, who says football is football, director of this, chief knob of that, it's all just money. A great football manager runs the whole show. Do Spurs have it backwards with going after Nagelsmann first, or they should be going after the director of football, then going after Nagelsmann?
I just look at the most successful teams at the moment, and I think those teams leave blueprints. We're not the same as a Bayern Munich, a Real Madrid, or a Manchester United. And you're even seeing with Real Madrid, they're going out and buying the biggest youngsters at the moment, the best youngsters. They're going after Jude Bellingham. Bellingham comes from where? Dortmund. Dortmund were going after these youngsters. Where did they get these youngsters from? Their recruitment is that they're getting the best youngsters in the world, and then they're able to sell them on at record fees, and then they can redeploy that money into the squad, and you can build that squad. Gone are the days when you've had like managers and executive just working alongside each other. We just said directors of football now, they determine the actual identity of the club, the philosophy. And if you don't want your team to be like a chessboard type of tactics where players move left, right, up and down, and you want that more attacking philosophy, like that's what styles that fans can get behind. Do you know what I mean? And fans can get like, and at the end of the day, if the fans are happy, regardless if we're not, winning titles after titles or trophies after trophies, they will give you a little bit more time if the style of football is more palatable, it's more digestible. If the style of football is good, no matter what manager comes in, then you can it alleviates pressure amongst every asset and every facet of the actual football club itself. And so our next manager, supposing it was Nagelsmann, he'll get a lot more time if the style of football is actually working well. Do you know what I mean? But yeah.
I actually, just quickly on the whole development, you did bring up the pathway. Another great comment. That's a great comment. I also love the chief knob of that. I love that chief knob of this, chief knob of that. But we were talking about the pathway, right? And David and I were offering a bit of a solution for that, just on the Mikey Moores, on the Dorringtons, on the Marcus Edwards, these players that we've kind of let slip through our fingers. What we need is to take a bit of a page out of the Red Bull group, take a bit of a page out of the City group, where you set up these sort of relationships with clubs that are in a bit like kind of like a feeder club, like sort of act like sort of a place where you can send your talented kids over for them to learn and be able to play regular games. And then once they become good enough, or once you think they're ready enough, then they can be sent back over to the England, side. And maybe there's another feeder club there where they can even work at or go to, and then they can eventually be brought back towards the first team. And they feel like probably, even though they're headed to different clubs, Ash, they know that it's all in sort of the purpose of eventually getting your, chance at Spurs. Because all they want, these younger kids, is football. All they want is just minutes. They just want to be able to play as much as possible. But they do want to play for Spurs because they do have that initial love and connection with us. But it's never the case that you can just give them games, in the middle of the Premier League season. These are tough games, and it's not always a great opportunity for these young kids. It might be too much at once. So what Dave and I were talking about is getting these feeder clubs, getting these sort of, second sister clubs, to Spurs, that you can send a guy out to Belgium. You can send a guy out to Germany. You can send a guy out to wherever he needs to go in order to learn. And maybe that way a Mikey Moore might have a better chance of coming back to Spurs and doing well.
You know what our feeder club used to be? We used to have feeder clubs. QPR was one of them. When Eze was getting developed, that was the next player that was meant to come to Tottenham. But because we were in so much transition and so much turmoil with our manager's identity, certain managers don't want that. Do you know what I mean? And so Eze ended up going to Palace, which I'm very grateful for, because I don't think we would have used him. He would have ended up rotting on the bench or going on loan somewhere else, and we would have supported his development. And sometimes because, like you said, the club that's not under so much pressure and will give these youngsters more minutes, it gives them more time to develop. And I'm glad that Eze has developed into the player that he has. Do you know what I mean? And he's looking like a star right now. But going back to the points you guys were making, I think this is it. I think if we're looking at even Brighton or even Brentford, they have a clear philosophy, like in that they've got a sister club, haven't they, Brentford? They've got all the clubs that Frank's country, Denmark. They've got Denmark, and they've got loads of clubs there where they get players from there. Do you know what I mean? And they've got that kind of relationship. And even I think even Wolves scout in a certain way where they've got like a Portuguese pool of players that they identify, and they all work together because they all speak the same language. They all have the same kind of ethos. They kind of understand, where the players need to be. I was watching the Man United game, and they were interviewing Brighton's defender, Lewis Dunk. And Lewis Dunk was saying the philosophy is so clear, the strategy is so clear, the passage of play is so clear that he could play a number 10. He could play a number 8, and he could play a number 6, because every player knows where each player should be at that time of part of the game. Do you know what I mean? When when someone makes a pass, he knows a player should be there. So he could pass with his eyes closed, opens his eyes, and it should be at that player. Do you know what I mean? And then he should be in another area, and someone else should be filling in his place. And that's how it should be. When your strategy and your philosophy is crystal clear, these players have got it in their head. It doesn't matter who comes into the side, because they were talking about, how did you miss Trossard when he left? He said no, because everyone knows like how to play as a wing back or a 10. Do you know what I mean? Or a striker. Each other functions in and out. And I think this is the gap that Spurs are missing, and it comes back to the director of football, because like we said before, they're going to outlast the managers. Do you know what I mean? So
I must stress though, in what you're saying there, Ashmatic, you also have to have the willingness of the players to run into them positions where they're supposed to be. You hear a lot of noise coming out over Tottenham over the last while that this is why I struggle to put it down to tactics, philosophy, style of play. I get what you're saying, that Brighton has a continuation regardless of who's in charge. I get that. But with these players, I think we make too many excuses for them. I don't think that's the problem. You hear Jose Mourinho, he was asked a number of times, why do Tottenham keep dropping deeper and deeper? He says, I don't know, I'm not asking them to do it. Conte said the same thing. You hear Mason came out, he was asked something in the press conference, and he said, you have to have 11 players that want to work together for a common goal. And I think that's where our problem therein lies. I don't think it actually has to do with, making things clear for them. I think it actually just comes down to the willingness of the players to move about. And too many times this season, I've seen static Spurs players.
Like for me, for the debate, you're not going to like this. I say this respectfully, and I respect your opinion as well. But I think it comes down to the director of football and what his style of football is, or his philosophy is. And if he thinks that, a certain player in midfield, like for me, we don't have a ball progressor. We don't have anyone that can get the ball in tight space and can either drive the ball forward by dribbling it from that midfield
Bentancur,
area,
got
from defense to midfield, or someone that is being pressed and doesn't mind having the ball at their feet. They can be pressed as much as they want and they can beat the press. And I think that's why we've got very similar midfielders, and they kind of go into hiding when we are under pressure. When we're under pressure, we kind of sit back and we kind of play deep because we haven't recruited we haven't identified a player that needs to fit that particular role. And I know we have had different managers, but the director of football would have outlasted some of those managers. So he would have been able to identify someone that fits that role. And like I was saying before, because we've changed our directors of football and we've changed our managers, we've changed ideas and philosophies so much that we're getting similar players, but we haven't addressed certain key areas because things keep changing around and around. But that's just my opinion. I just say,
when it comes to the progression of the ball, do you feel like Papamatasar or Bentancur are capable of playing that, Ash?
Bentancur, yeah, Bentancur would suit it more. Bentancur would
say it's like
Dave, I think you're kind of lagging.
We brought in Basuma to do.
I think you're kind of lagging behind us.
I'll go back again and see if it gets better.
Yeah, maybe just power down. Just power down. Come back on. All right.
Yeah, no, I take his point on the board with Basuma, Bentancur. Those were the type of players.
Yeah, do you think we sort of accomplished that? I mean, they haven't been given a proper. Bentancur has been given a proper chance. He's just injured. Papamatasar is young, and then Basuma wasn't given much of a chance before.
Yeah, so I personally think it's still down to. So we had Mourinho. Mourinho was there before, obviously, the director of football came in, Paratici. When Paratici came in after that, and then I think it was down to him to kind of identify. There was a gap between him and Nuno. Nuno came in after, and I don't think there was anyone that identified that type of player to kind of progress. And I just think at this time, I think Basuma just needs a bit more time to bed in. And obviously he needs time with no injuries. And he had to get used to a system because the manager that was in Conte, he liked to play with two. And I don't think he liked to play with a lot of possession. He played a little bit more direct, ball, high turnovers. So literally you get the ball and then you give it into the front three. And I think Basuma had to learn that style of play. I think Basuma, rather than doing direct balls into feet, I think that's more of a skip. Do you know what I mean? Or maybe a Højbjerg. And I think that's why they were kind of picked over him. I think Basuma more get the ball, drive, do short passes, and link up with players a little bit more. So I think it is a mixture of things where those things weren't marrying up between the director of football and the manager, because obviously we were buying players. And the manager was like, "That's not my." I think
that's what it is. I think it's a disconnect between the manager and the director of football in that regard, because I think we were getting those players, but we just weren't using them.
That was going back to my original point, where I think they weren't all singing from the same page, because obviously you had Levy, he wanted players for the club signings, which was different to what Paratici wanted, and then again that was different to what Conte wanted, because when it came to playing those players, they weren't getting no game time. They were getting isolate. I didn't opt for that striker Dan Juma, so he never played him. Dan Juma's just now a pointless signing, a question mark. So that's what I'm trying to basically. But
that's a good point.
I do take your point though.
I hear you on that though, Ash. But what I would say to you is that, you know, you said it yourself there, that we've tried changing. We've changed director of footballs, we've changed managers and stuff like that. And for me, you know, you get the same outcome when the core of your squad is not good enough. You know, the spine of your squad is not good enough. And that's why I say a lot of these players have to take the blame. You know, some of these guys have not been rotated. I take your point, Ash, but for me, I just think we make too many excuses for these players. Out of possession, I haven't seen enough movement off the ball, and in possession, I haven't seen enough movement off the ball either. So for me, I actually put it down to that. I think if you had a squad like Brighton, where everyone was on the same page, everyone had a common goal, we wouldn't be sitting here talking about managers and their tactics and stuff like that. We wouldn't be sitting here talking about directors of footballs and stuff like that. And for me, for too long, we've changed managers, we've changed director of football, but we've kept the same spine to this team. And until that changes, nothing at this football club is going to change. Because the only ones that benefit from a change in director of football and a manager are the spine of this football club, because they're the ones that when they're next out the door, all of a sudden they're not, and they're in the starting 11 yet again under the new guy, and they keep producing the same shit. I disagree with you on players progressing the ball. We can't have an endless supply of them at the club. We had Bentancur, he went and got injured. We brought in Basuma to do it. He went and got injured. So now we're stuck with Skip and Højbjerg, two similar players, and I get that. But, you know, everything you described about being able to take the ball under pressure, you know, being able to manipulate the ball under pressure, Bentancur was doing that, and Bentancur has done that. And that's why, for me, it doesn't always come down to director of football and the management. At some stage, we've got to learn our lessons. We've tried all that. What we haven't done is get rid of the spine of the team. And for me, that's where your problem lies. They're the ones dictating the managers that are coming in here. They're the ones that are dictating whether they play or not. They're the ones that are out there on the pitch on 90 minutes. The manager puts the tactics to them, works with them during the week, gives them great detail on the people they're coming up against, you know. And it's the same tactics that got them players for the top 4 last season. But what's the difference between last season and this season? The drop-off in performances, and that comes down to players not moving off the ball or on the ball. That comes down to the players. For me, I hear your point, and I think in future, if you want to set a good culture at a club and you want one system to be known all the way throughout your youth squads, so that eventually, you know, when they get to that level, that they're capable of stepping in if you need, you know, in terms of continuation on after one manager. Once you get one manager gone, you bring in another that sort of continues on that style. I take your point. But however, for me, nothing's going to change at this club unless you rip that spine of the team apart.
I mean, for me, and I agree with you, but I think the opposite. I think we've got too much of a similar player that doesn't know how to progress the ball. And I think that's the reason why we drop in so deep, because we don't have that player. Like I said, as soon as you press a Spurs player, we get rattled. We lose the ball. Do you know what I mean? And I think teams know that. Like I said, when the pressure's on top, because Højbjerg and Skip, they got very similar skill sets. It's like they don't complement each other. And I think that's the reason why Bentancur was so crucial. I don't think we have enough Bentancurs, if I'm being honest. I do get it with Basuma. Like Basuma, I know everyone's saying he used to be in a free, etc. He's getting used to the system. But I just think, like, out of all the midfielders we have, I feel like all the midfielders have the same skill set, all of them, or very close, or they're very close. And that's the reason why we play long balls and we play direct balls into Kane, or not into Kane, into Son, or whoever's up front, Kulu, do you know what I mean? Or into our wing backs. And Kane has to drop into the hole because he's not getting any balls in, because he's like, I need to pick the ball up and progress it. You saw it against Man United. He picked the ball up, dropped his shoulder, passed the ball into Son running behind and almost scored. Do you know what I mean? And Son, I mean, Kane's been doing that all season because we don't have those type of players that can kind of sting a ball into him. They hold on to it and they're pressed. But even though Kane is being pressed, he can physically just shield the ball. He knows how to hold on to it and then he can release it, whether it's a short or long ball or whatever. But he's able to progress the ball further along in the field. That's just my opinion. But I
see what you mean, that maybe there aren't enough Bentancurs in the team, and we just got pigeonholed by the fact that we never really have gotten to see whether Basuma is a similar player to a Bentancur and can do similar things. That being because Conte didn't really use him, and also probably because, like, he's not exactly been taking advantage of the chances he's been given either. I think Basuma, to be honest, like, he has been given some chances this season and he didn't exactly take full advantage of them. And so I agree. I think we probably do maybe have two similar midfielders, but you also are pigeonholed when you have two guys that are also, like, Bentancur, Basuma are quite similar to each other, and they both got hurt. So it's kind of like what we probably would have been better off with if you were to pick injuries. It would have been like a Skip get hurt, and then maybe a Basuma gets hurt, and then you still have Bentancur and Højbjerg who are different and complement each other. Or let's say a Højbjerg gets hurt, and then a Basuma gets hurt. You have a Bentancur and a Skip who can complement each other in a better way. What we ended up being is, I think the injuries were all to kind of the same types of players, and then that sort of pigeonholed us. I got to get to these super chats though, because they were from a little while ago, at least, a bit ago. So Phil P, if you're still in here, you're still listening, my friend. He said, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when the Phil Army run wild on you? Phil Army. Big up, my man. Big up, Phil P. Dave, Phil P, anything to say to him? And best of luck at the protest tomorrow, my friend, as well. Can you hear me, Dave?
Yeah, the family like me, I'm locking them up. They're a wild bunch of people, Jacko.
Yeah, the Phil Army is a strong bunch, and you're gonna have to keep them in check, Dave. You're gonna have to keep them in check because they could run riot at any stage. Big yourself up, Phil P. The Phil Army is strong. Big yourself up, my man. Donovan Osterreicher saying, "Big up, guys. I'm off to the sauna and to the gym. I'll talk to you guys at the end if there is time. Big up to the Spurs ladies and the fans. Great bit of form lately. Good to see that, Donovan. And I'm glad that you're also keeping up with the likes of the Spurs ladies. And good to see that you're also taking care of yourself, off to the sauna and the gym. Let me know if the gym comes first and then the sauna is later, because that would be a weird sort of order of things, to go to the sauna first and then go to the gym afterwards. I think you got it a bit backwards there. So let me know if you're heading to the gym, getting that nice workout in first, and then you are off to the nice steamy sauna. Let me know what you're thinking about there, because when you're just sort of sitting, sweating in, the nice sauna, you're probably only thinking about Spurs, fixing the back line, fixing the midfield, like kind of Ashmatic was here. It sounds good vibes there, Donovan. I'd love to join you, my man. I'd love to join you. Sounds lovely. But hopefully you're keeping well, my friend. And sorry for not getting to this a little earlier. It's just we were in a good conversation there with Ashmatic. But Ashmatic, we do have a few more guests to get to. But can I maybe get any other thing that maybe you want to chat about? There's, where will Spurs finish? There's also, Nagelsmann that we're pushing for, the Lloris situation, Crystal Palace tomorrow. What's maybe the final thing you want to chat about here?
I'll just talk about Palace real quick, and then I'll just keep it moving. Yeah. Palace. I just think we need to learn from our mistakes. I think if someone is that person that's going to literally find that they're basically their go-to player. So for me, I think for Crystal Palace, their defender Anderson, I think he's the one that does the long switch plays, the plays that he does the kind of direct balls over the top or diagonals or switches to play. I would like to stick a player on him. And I think also someone like Doucouré, I think Doucouré shows the defense very well. And I think a lot of the play goes through Doucouré. So I would like to stick 2 players on either of those guys. And then also, I think because Mitchell pushes really high up as a fullback, and Schlupp is less a defensive midfielder, he's more of a box-to-box midfielder. At times, there's going to be gaps and spaces to take advantage of, and I would just hit those spaces constantly. I don't think we did. Liverpool wasn't it was bad, but there were moments that we can take from Liverpool and apply it to this Palace game, in my opinion. I think we can hurt Palace, because Palace are a bit of a possession-based team. They like the ball further up the pitch. They've got many talented players in Olise, as we've spoken already, Doucouré, Schlupp. So that's like 4 or 5 players that like to push on. Even their striker in the Ghana Prince, he likes to. He's actually a winger. So he likes to drop in and he likes to go to the side a bit. So I just think because they've got so many players pushing on us and they're trying to win the midfield battles, there's going to be space in behind that we can hit. And I think if we take advantage of that, we can get many goals. I'm not saying we're not going to concede a lot of goals, because that's just Tottenham for you. Our defense is our defense. Whether Mason,
it's a leaky pasta. We'll see how much it leaks tomorrow.
Whether Mason his bestie in Dyer and puts on Longley, and we go with a Longley and Davies at the back. It's up for debate, but I think all fans will want that to get Dyer dropped. But whether it happens I doubt it very much. But I think that's the way we go against Palace. But yeah, literally that was it. That's what I was going to say, to be fair.
Great chat, Ashmatic. And what are we plugging today? Shall I plug Southview Coys? Where can the people find you? Where can the people hear more of what you have to say? Because I know a lot of people do like to follow you around, because they do. I mean, a lot of people just wish they could talk like you. Let's be honest, Bash. They wish they could talk the tactical sense. So where can people find you?
You're making me blush. You look at me and covering my face.
Well, it's probably because I'm searching you right now, so I'm not looking at you. So. I'm not blushing because I'm looking up where I can find you. I'm putting in Southview Coys. Is there anything else I should put in there?
Southview Coys, yeah, that's where you'll find me on. But you'll see me on other channels. I'm hoping to get on Mia's channel soon. See me back here as well, man. We are Tottenham as well, TV. You can see me there, guys. And yeah, man, I'm out here learning. I don't have the answers, but I've got an opinion on football and how it should be played, and not always right. Like I said, I'm here to learn. So I'm here to learn from you guys.
Than some of the people in charge, I'll tell you that, Ash.
Definitely, 100, man. But big up to you guys again.
Thanks
for having me on, man. That's it, man. Have a lovely weekend, and
Appreciate
don't let
you.
Spurs ruin your mental health, guys. In the comments.
No, we're doing all good this Friday.
But we'll talk about that next week, because then I think we'll know more of the outcome against Aston Villa. We'll know more. Know more about it then, yeah. So
maybe we're jumping the gun on that one. So love to get you on, Ash, also as well. Maybe at some stage we have a bit of a list, and so maybe also one day on the podcast would love to have you. Maybe I think you have a great person to chat about on the podcast, maybe for the summer, too, my man. So hopefully we get you on back again soon. And thank you for your patience as well. Waiting as well in line. And good chat as always.
Big up, man. Big up.
Good, man.
Love.
All right.
Respect,
See you
man.
soon.
Powers.
See you soon, brother.
Big up.
Bye. Have a good one. All righty, everybody. Big up Ashmatic. Go show him some support in the channel. Bring up putting in Southview Coys one more time here in the chat. Please go show them some love. I'm seeing 542 over there. So please, let's bring it to 550. Let's get Mia up to 350. And then we got to get Hashmatic up to 550 over at Southview Coys, everybody. Let's help them out this weekend. Give them something to cheer about. But everybody, going to keep this pushing. Dave, if maybe a bit of a test. It sounds like you're nodding. Sounds like you can hear me. Sounds like, it's a bit better.
Yeah, I can hear you. I think it might have settled out a little bit there. It was very choppy during Ashmatic. I couldn't click on comments. I couldn't write comments. It was pissing me off. So I do apologize, Ashmatic. If you're wondering why I couldn't get, I didn't have much of a back and forth. It's because I only heard every second word because of my computer. But it does look like it's leveling out.
You're crystal clear now. Coming out crystal clear, so we'll see how we go. Adam Phillip, you're going to have to bring that up with Phil P if you qualify for the Phil Army, my friend. We'll get you back on that, but pick yourself up, my man. Going to get on the next guest this evening or this afternoon, I guess. And let me check on it. It is, I believe, let me make sure. I believe it's then Ryan. Here he is. Just chatted with him the other day. Hello again.
Yeah, guys. Dave, just a couple of things. First thing, Levy's probably trying to shut you down, mate. After what we were talking about on Wednesday, I think he's trying to shut you down, mate. And do you know what the funny thing is as well? I've been carrying so much weight, with Tottenham on my back that I fucking pulled me back out.
Jesus. It's not good, lad.
Sorry,
you
man.
look after your back, you need that when you're older.
Well, unlucky for me, I can't actually do too much about it now, because it's no thanks to Spurs, that is. You can thank them for all that. Carrying all their deadwood for them.
You want to get out one of them back rollers at the start, that'll do the job, right?
The straw on the Ryan's back is what it was. It was the final straw on the Ryan's back. It broke you. Ryan, my man, what caused you to break your back? Was it, you thinking about the midfield, thinking about the defense, Mr. Levy?
It's literally the defense all the time, Jack. It's literally, it's always the bloody defense. Do you know what I said to Dave? Always be careful, right? Make sure you don't hurt yourself thinking about them, about the backline. Oh, and guess what I've gone and done? I thought too much about it. I bloody pulled me back out. So yeah, absolutely bloody. I should take more of my own advice sometimes, to be honest.
Well, Ryan, I hope you can be, fresh and better by tomorrow, because we might need you actually for our back line tomorrow, because I can't see Moonhead take the kids again. So, hopefully you can.
Do you know what? Going on about that captaincy thing, thanks, Phil. But yeah, no. Well, thinking about the captaincy thing, you might as even with a 50% bad back, right? 50% of me, I'll be your bloody captain tomorrow. I'll play in the back line.
What sort of captain do you think we need at Tottenham right now, Ryan?
Me.
Well, what leadership qualities will you bring to the table?
Well, I'll yell for starters, and I won't be pointing around for starters. So there's that. I'll be telling all of them to get their asses into gear. Yeah, so even with a bad back, at least even with a bad back, I can still get out there and play.
Is there anyone in the squad that you look at that you think you would like to say maybe get a glimpse of what they can do over the next 4 days as captain? Is there anyone that you think has them leadership abilities that can get people to listen to them, that can go?
Do you know what? It's weird because there's someone who no one's actually brought up, and that is Papa Matasar.
Yeah.
As captain?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No.
For the last 4 games, why not?
I feel like Skippy.
The thing is,
yeah.
Yeah, sorry, Jack. Go on. No, go on.
So I thought I was thinking about earlier when we were talking, I was thinking about Ash Maddox conversation. Maybe we've had so many conversations now, I'm getting them all kind of mixed up, here, but Ash Maddox conversation about ball progression and midfielders that, get to bring the ball at the pitch. I feel like Papa Matasar should have gotten more of a shout out if you ask me, because I feel like he's very, good in that area. But if we're talking about leadership, captaincy, I think it's got to go to Skippy, Ryan, because if you are going to give it to somebody for the last four games of the season, you want to give it to somebody who knows what it means, to bleed for the badge, knows what it means to sort of, has his foundations with Spurs, right? As much as I love Papa Matasar, I mean, he's just, he's a young kid as well, isn't he? Still like 19 or something like that.
Yeah, but Jack, go on, Dave.
I was going to say, with Papa Matasar, Ryan, he barely kicks a ball, he barely plays. You need a player, and he's barely made an indent into professional football. He's a guy that's still learning his trade. For me, it's got to be someone that is playing week in, week out, first and foremost, but also someone that has a voice in the dressing room. I wouldn't say Papa Matasar has too much of a big voice in there at the minute, Ryan.
Yeah, but do you know what, right? It's weird. Me, I love everything you've got to say, but I have to disagree with you and Dave on this. So I'm going to be pushing for everyone to start.
Are you sure you want
David
and Mia going against you, Ryan? I don't know if you want, those two coming against you at once. You don't want that smoke.
I'll take you, but I'll give it a good shot. Look, that's all I can do is I'll give it a good shot. But look, Dave, right? You need someone who is young, who's hungry, right? Yeah, okay, Sarr doesn't. The bit I will agree with you with, yes, he doesn't get enough game time, but he's that young that he won't care to tell people off if you need to.
But you know what, though, Ryan? It's like sometimes it's different with youngsters going into squads. Yeah, you have the exception to the rule the odd time where you had like a Wayne Rooney at Man United who sort of went in, took the remote at dinner time, put on the X Factor regardless of what everyone else wanted to watch. And you have a player like that who sort of has that ego, but not from my experience in football. 9 times out of 10, youngsters coming into your squad are timid, young, don't really sort of exert their voice or their opinions and stuff like that. And for me, I would say Papa Matasar is more that guy. And look, like I get back to, it's got to be a guy, like you even said it yourself, Ryan, it's got to be a guy that's going to go around, speak, shout at people, this, that, and the other. And it's like, I get what you're saying, that it's a nice idea to think that a young guy coming in, he doesn't care what people think, going around ranting and raving. But as a young guy, there's very rarely any of them personalities. You know yourself as a kid, when you walk into a room of adults, although you may be a lad around your mates and all, you sort of go into your shell a little bit. You're a bit intimidated and stuff like that. And I think, with Papa Matasar, it's more that situation. Plus, the fact that he's barely playing, which I think he'll probably be shipped out on loan next season. I'm not sure he's anywhere near the right guy, right?
Well, yeah, maybe, but there must be someone who loves a bit of Højbjerg, who's a bit of a Højbjerg fan, because he's on the happy clappy. I bet he's a happy clapper, just like you, then, Jack, isn't he? Trying to be happy
he's more flappy hands than he is clappy hands. But
so he goes with on the
he's more of a flapper than a clapper.
Hands.
Yeah, he's more flappy hands than clappy hands. I like myself. But for Højbjerg, it's hard for me because Højbjerg I've always defended, and I've always had a really big soft spot for him because I think he doesn't get enough sort of credit as well as enough recognition for what he was originally brought in for. And he's actually, I think, done that for Spurs. What he was originally brought in for the fee and everything, he absolutely has given us some good seasons and has also as well has shown improvement. I don't think he's stagnated at all, actually, at Spurs. I think he's become a better player since coming over here. All I would say is, though, is that at this moment in time, his form is really dipping, and it's maybe partially due to the fact that he's playing next to Skippy. It's partially due to the fact that he's, maybe not playing in sort of the best sort of role for his sort of, skills and his sort of, attributes. But it's also like, you can't give him, you can't defend him too much. He's also got to, be a bit more accountable. He's got to be able to take more onus, of his own performances and have more impact on the games. Because we've seen Højbjerg this season kind of be two different versions of himself. We've seen him kind of get run past really easily, pretty much just not be much of a presence at all. And then we've seen him absolutely dominate midfields, like kind of almost nearly by himself, where he's just winning tackle after tackle, getting in the players' faces, getting in the referee's face, being all over the place. And that's what's weird about Højbjerg. I think you get two different versions of him maybe too often. And it's hard to know whether that type of person can be relied upon as a captain. If they're like 1 week, they're the best version of themselves, and then the next week, they're complete opposite. You would rather him be more 7 out of 10s every week, type of guy. That's what a real captain is, right? He keeps his standards at a higher level. And Højbjerg, the reason they think that's the case though is because Dave brought it up. I mean, the man's only missed like, was it 8 games or something? Like, was it 10 games? You said, Dave, or something? Less than 10 games over the time he's been here. I mean, the man has. I mean, the fact he still has legs left is absurd. And I don't know. I think Højbjerg, it's hard to judge. Like, is it just him just being run into the ground? And are we just judging a guy who's just has no legs left? And when you get him back in full shape, is he back to that player again? I don't know. Because Højbjerg, I'm waiting for him to find that form again. Because if he does find that form again, I would nominate him as captain. But I haven't seen that form from him in, I would say, a few months.
What I would say is, though, when I look around at everyone on the pitch, and look, it's not a massive high bar to be able to compare him to anybody, which I fully accept. But out of what we've currently got, for me, he's shown the most sort of leadership abilities. That clip from before halftime against Southampton, where you can see them in that press area before they're walking out for halftime. I think it was actually an American TV channel that showed it. He's there, he's speaking to people, he's there animated. Come on, guys, this, that, and the other. 30 seconds later, the ball's in the back of the net and stuff like that. And it's like, that's why, for me, I think Højbjerg has shown the most captain-like sort of abilities. But then it does go back to Jack's point that, you sort of got to be on top of your game every week, because if you're not, that leaves yourself open to questioning. That leaves yourself open to criticism. So if you go to do it to someone else, they'll just turn around and be, hang on a minute, worry about yourself right now, But what I will say in Højbjerg's defense is, up for the majority of this season, I think Højbjerg has had a very good season. I think he's had his most productive in terms of goals and assists as well. I just feel like, the guy's been that used over the last 3 years, not just at Tottenham, but also in international level. He hasn't had a break. And we've seen with Son, we've seen with Kane in the past, it takes it out of your legs, and eventually you need a bit of rest. And I think a rested Højbjerg over this summer, I think you'll see a much better Højbjerg next season. But then I also take Mia's point that she made earlier on that you might just have to buy someone in to be able to. Because with Højbjerg, we know the player he is. I don't know why we expect him to start being an Iniesta and a Xavi. It's not why we brought him in here in the first place. And I think many people forget why we brought him in here in the first place. We were playing Ndombele, Ali, and Lo Celso, and we were getting run through. Absolutely run through. We brought him in to provide that bit of bite, that bit of steel, which he done, But everyone sort of always picks at him about his passing ability, this, that, and the other. But I would argue it's much better than Skips, and I've seen more from Højbjerg in that area than someone like an Ollie Skip. I still think Ollie Skip has a lot more developing to do. With Højbjerg, he is what he is. I don't think you're going to see a much better player on the ball in terms of going forward and everything else, but he's competent. And for me, I think he's overused. I think he's absolutely shot. I think, before I used to see him press, I used to see him get after people, make tackles. All that is sort of not happening anymore. And I'm trying to work out whether that's an instruction for him and Skip not to sort of move out of midfield just to protect that back line so that teams aren't having 20-odd shots on our goal every single game like they were. Or whether that's because he's tired and he just doesn't have it in him. Even though he wants to, his legs ain't moving. I'm just trying to work that one out.
Yeah, well, Dave, you've just said a good point there that I actually wanted to move on to, funnily enough.
Go ahead.
Right? It's about Europe. And this is where you can see where I'm heading into with this, where you were saying about them being tired and everything. Europe, I think we spoke about this on my channel the other day. I'm not sure if we did or we didn't. I can't remember if we did. But obviously, I don't think Europe would be good for anybody. Let's have a season out of it. Only have a couple of midweek games a week in the likes of the Carabao Cup and the FA Cup, and then finish Champions League next season with.
But Ryan, like that's I hear a lot of this going around, and this just isn't aimed at you, but it's I find it very fantastical sort of argument, because there's no guarantees that we're going to qualify for Champions League next year. You know, no guarantees whatsoever. You know, if the whole idea is to take it out this season to qualify for Champions League next season, talking about a huge gamble. You've got United, who's only going to add to what they got and get better. Newcastle, who's only going to add to what they want to get better. Man City, I think we'll all agree, is just going to be there every single season under Guardiola. Arsenal, it'd be interesting to see what happens with them. Have they benefited this year from maybe a bit of a poorer Premier League? Or are they the real deal? I think next season will tell us. You've got Liverpool, who'll be back next year. They're on the verge of signing McAllister. You know, another good player in there. Midfield's been a huge problem for them this season. If Pochettino goes to Chelsea, you can bank your bottom dollar on it. They're going to be back. So there's no guarantee that we're going to be back in Champions League by taking a year out of European football. It could come to the point where you might need your Europa League to win that and qualify for Champions League football in the future. So for me, I think it's an absolute huge gamble to sort of do that. Yeah,
but then, right, you look at it like this though, Dave, right? You know what us fans are like, right? We like to take a gamble. We like to risk everything just to get our hearts broken every week, right? So you're talking about a gamble for whether in Europe or not Europe. I would take no, and I'd risk that gamble for next year. I would actually risk this flat, right, for next year, that we would probably more likely get Europe Champions League than not if we didn't have any other cup competitions apart from the FA and the Carabao. Personally.
Depends how you use them, though, Ryan. If you're using them and you have to roll Kane and Son out there, then there's no point. But if you're using it to develop youngsters, to give game time to players on the periphery, like many fans have asked for, then there's a benefit to it, in my opinion.
And that's the route I'm looking at, Dave. Funnily enough, I'm looking at the route
for that to happen. Then you need European football for that to happen.
No, you don't need to have it like that, Dave. Right, we can still miss out on European football and just play them in the Carabao and FA Cups every single round. Because if you think about it realistically, right, the younger players and the fringe players who haven't had much of a chance, they would. Right, this is how bad it looks, and this is what really winds me up about Tottenham. Not anybody, but it's just the whole club in general. If we had played our youngsters and the fringe players at Sheffield United, we would have won that, because there would have been heart, passion, and everything.
I agree. I think you'll see a lot more better, you know.
I think some of the fringe players, though, are like stuck up, though, and like some of them are actually happy to be on the bench, because then when they get thrown into some of these games, they kind of turn their nose up at it and they don't seem to really give much of a shit. And then when they get thrown into the big games, you know, they aren't clearly good enough and they slip and fall and they look like idiots. And then we, you know, end up, you know, maybe, you know, kind of taking it out on them and everything. So I don't know, Ryan. In fact,
yeah, but Jack,
I agree with you in principle. In principle, the fringe players absolutely should be used for those competitions. I think in principle, you're right. But I will probably go as far as to say that the squad is so rotten that a lot of these fringe players have been given chances in these competitions before, when they've not played for weeks and still come out slow, lethargic, like they don't really care. And so that's also, I'll be honest, that's where I'm a bit, like I'll push back a little bit. Just that I think you're right. But I think some of the guys in our squad right now who are fringe players have had opportunities to do that and they've not taken them, and then in fact, they've turned their nose up at those competitions.
Yeah, but then Jack, there's the door. Make sure it doesn't hit them on the way out.
I'm with you, Ryan. And the thing is, though, they're this toxic that I think a lot of times they might even be given chances to leave, might not take them because of the, sort of wages, the life, the comfort that Spurs have to offer. And I hope this summer it's going to be ruthless, man, because that's all that matters, whether it's in the past or not, them, denying opportunities to leave. It's up to them this summer. They should know that they're not good enough anymore. Moonboots should know that he's going to try his best to try to stick around, but he needs to know that he's absolutely not good enough. Sanchez needs to know he's not good enough and needs to go. A lot of these guys, I think they'll try their very best to stick around because it's the comfort that Spurs offer them. But I do hope that we actually have a sense of ruthlessness this summer.
Yeah, but Jack, I've told you, mate, there is not going to be no ruthlessness in this club. We're toothless.
Yeah, instead of ruthless. Well, the other thing, though, Brian, I would say, though, no one's ever been this. I would say I don't think Sanchez and Dyer and etc. have gotten as much attention before as they have now. And that's where also maybe part of the change can happen. And so the fact that the owners, as well as people who do make the decisions, know that the fan base has made their opinions quite heard when it comes to Sanchez, when it comes to Eric Dyer and those sort of players. I don't know if that's ever happened before. So you would think maybe now more than ever, they'll actually wake up and realize that, these guys are clearly not good enough for Spurs, but also the fans don't even want them anymore. So it's kind of like two reasons. Mia, sorry. Yeah, Dave, go ahead.
Quickly, Jack, just to solve the problem of them maybe wanting to keep their career here at Tottenham, even if there is opportunities available for them, send them to the under-21s to trade. Make it dead clear now. There's no future here for them at Tottenham Hotspur. And if they want to prolong their career, they best get their agent to get them a move out of here this summer. That's what I'd be doing personally. But Jack, Mia W says...
Sorry, Ryan. I'm with Dave again on the Europe thing. Bring on the fight, fella. You don't have the minerals in the woods. Come on, you Spurs. Coys. Brian, like I said, man, picking a fight with Davo is already hard enough. But then to bring Mia into it, I mean, you're just asking for trouble here. That's like 2-on-1. You don't know.
Do you know what? Do you know what, though? This is the funny thing. I love it when a woman puts me in my place. So she's done that. So
you already got a bad back, though, Ryan. Are you sure you want Dave and Mia to go after you with a bad back? You're not even in full health.
Yeah.
Hey, I'll take. Look, I'd have an argument with anybody on any day of the week, right? But then sometimes you need to know, right, when you've been put in your place, especially by a woman.
All right.
And then it's lit. They say this is a thing they say in life, right? A happy life is a happy life. So I'm just gonna literally back off with this fight with Mia, but I'll keep picking it with you, Dave.
Oh, you can keep picking it with me. It's no problem at all. It's just not going to end very well, to be honest. You can do it all you want. It's going to be one way. I'm just going to ignore that it's even happening, to be honest. I'll try my best to. But big up, Mia. I agree.
Best of luck to you, Ryan. And Mia, like I would say, maybe he's just asking for his head. He just wants his head to be given a wobble. He just seems like, he just needs to be taught. Needs to be shown, the truth. Mia needs to be shown the truth, by the likes of Spurs between the lines. But Ryan, we were on your channel. Say that. Sorry, Dave.
I'm just saying he needs his head wobbled.
Definitely does.
Well, that's fighting too, Dave. I'm up for a fight whenever you want, mate. Come, let's verbally have it out, mate.
Shake it around. What do you think, though, Ryan? Yeah, give yourself a plug here, my friend. We were over on your channel the other day. What's up on your channel?
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna be doing a pre-match video tomorrow morning, and that's a bit late. But it's literally the only other bit of free time I've got tomorrow morning before 3 o'clock. So first of all, I hope I can get it out in time before everything else. But it's gonna be a nightmare. Literally, right. But no, obviously, go and check the video that me, Jack, and Dave done together. There's, funny enough, some interesting things you might not know about Dave in that video, and Jack, funny enough. So go over and have a look and see if you can find anything. But no, much love to both of them for actually coming on And funny, Mia, that's funny. One thing, the Yank was actually on time for once.
Mia, see, it's just you, Mia. Mia, it's just you that I'm late. Whatever, it's just Mia that I show up late for.
I think we were actually late yesterday, to be fair. But anyway,
I don't remember.
thanks for giving us a free
I'm late
pass,
for
right?
everyone. I'm late for everyone. So, you know.
Adam Philippine here with a bit of banter for you, Ryan. What do you think?
Oh, nah. Do you know what? Right. The funny, the funny thing is, yeah, right. I honestly don't think that would be the case. I think I'd be screaming like a little bitch.
Fair enough. Whatever you're into, Ryan, but we'll let you go.
We'll see you soon, all right? Good call, my friend.
Yep.
Catch you, brother.
After your back, brother.
You the twos, we the ones.
Look after your back, my man, all right?
Take care of yourself.
Yeah, I will
man.
do,
Have a good
mate.
weekend, my man.
Yeah, I'll try to.
Try anyway, at least. See you, buddy. Bye-bye.
Big up, Ryan. Big up, Ryan.
You'll always get a bit of banter out of Ryan. He's a good soul, that guy. Good soul. But look, let's keep this moving
out here, everybody. I think 2 guests left by the looks of things, everybody. If you are holding on to the link, I would say please click on it now, just so that we do know that there might be an extra one hanging out there. So like I said, if you're hearing me right now and you were planning on, saving that link and coming on, please click on it now and come on and have your say, because we still got, the rest of Friday afternoon to get after and get stuck into. So everybody, 2 guests more. If there are people holding on to it, please click on it now. Be doing us a favor.
I just want to say quickly, I'm on Chris Cowland's channel tonight at 8 o'clock. I'd love all of you to come over with me, make me feel a bit at home on someone else's channel. Get in the comments and just constantly big up the Irish Hotspur. Get the name in there and let people know that you want to see more of us on all of these bigger platforms. So make sure you follow me over tonight and just spam it. The Irish Hotspur's a legend. Whatever you want to say about me, I'll accept it. Just get in there and get it done tonight. That'd be awesome.
Love it, everybody. Go spam the Harris Army into the Chris Cowland chat. Let's bring on the KPV here.
Let's get him on.
Hello.
Big up, KPV. How are you, my man?
I'm good.
And I'm Premier League record breaker. He's having a good season, isn't he?
Yeah. So I thought I'd change my name to that for a bit, because he's been the best striker. Him and Kane, 2 best strikers. The West, boom, can just stay out of the business. And but yeah, he's been the best for me. But that's what happened in my FPL team.
Yeah, he's been unreal. So he has. Do you know what, KPV? I haven't changed my fantasy football team since the first pick of the season, and I think Alan's got the majority of my points for me. To be honest with you, he's been absolutely banging them in. But look, KPV, what do you want to talk about, my man? What's on your mind today?
Well, I'm going to start with from the weekend. How the heck did Jota not get sent off for kicking Skip in the face? Skip was bleeding. I saw it. I was at my mate watching the game, and how did Jota not get sent off? They're saying Skip should have been off, but I said this to you on Monday, that Skip would not have been sent off. And like Ben and Sim said about Kane last season, at a stadium, man, but Skip should not be sent off. Glad he didn't. But Jota should have been off. Should have gone. You don't kick an academy graduate in the face. He was bleeding. And a Portuguese player shouldn't be doing stuff like that. So disrespect. And
I agree, KPV. I often say the same thing when it comes to Harry Kane. When they're pulling at him, tugging on him, it's like usually you're supposed to get a written consent, written approval before you're allowed to touch Harry Kane. Usually it's the same thing with Sonny, right? You're supposed to get written approval before you start dragging and pulling them. Completely agree, KPV. What do you think on the captain conversation though, with the likes of Lloris now dropping out for the rest of the season? Do you think who's the captain then? Is it going to be Harry Kane? Do you give it to someone else? What do you think?
Captain wise, I think there's only one answer. Give it to Lamela.
Give it to Skippy?
Skippy. Hopefully he's okay. Hopefully he won't be out for too long. If he's injured, then can't be him. But Mourinho did say he has the future to be a future Tottenham captain. 3 years ago, he said. And like future Tottenham captain, great. Yeah, like midfield. Toby was captain for our pre-season when we had the season we had with Mourinho came in after Poch was sacked, and Toby was captain for our pre-season games a few times. So, but I think should be Zinedine Salzburg.
Why? Why Zinedine Salzburg? What is it you think about him that he's got captain-like qualities?
Like he was captain at Southampton, but he didn't want to be the season we bought him, so he decided to leave and come to us, and they got Carl Walker-Peters in exchange. But I think he has the attributes to be a great captain as he was at Southampton. But like I know he's been assisting and scoring goals, so maybe that's why. But I don't know what else there is he can has the thing to be a captain. But future captain as well soon. But Kane at the moment is captain when Lloris has been out.
Or do we think KPV that we need to get a captain for next season? Should the captain come from outside? Should the captain come from a different team? Like, do we bring in like a Thiago Silva type player, right? That sort of has that experience and has that head. Maybe even former Southampton captain James Ward-Prowse. Maybe even bring in a James Ward-Prowse. He's got some leadership ability and things like that. Do you think the captain needs to come from outside? KPV?
Yeah,
Does he need to come
I
from
think
elsewhere?
he'll be a great captain.
James Ward-Prowse, do you think?
Yeah. Will he scooter react? No, he's not a bench player. You're taking the mick, mate.
Why do you think Skip's better than the bench?
No, he's not on the bench. He starts. Like, Ward-Prowse will be a great captain as he took over from Højbjerg, as I said. So, Ward-Prowse, captain, can score free kicks. Kane and Son, Kane shouldn't be taking them. He never lets on. Porro can take free kicks. So, Ward-Prowse can take free kick and score from them. So, he'd be
What if I told you, KPV, that Dave wants James Ward-Prowse more than James Maddison? Do you think makes any sense with that, or is Dave, kind of crazy? What do you think?
Get the two James in. Get Ward-Prowse and Maddison in. Get both of them.
You can bring both the Jameses in. Okay, that's the right way to look at it.
In both English, get both of them in because Maddison's going to leave anyway. He ain't going to stay at a relegation club. He ain't going to stay in a relegation club. Ward-Prowse ain't going to stay there at Southampton. They're going to go down anyway. So get both the James at Tottenham. Get both of them. I don't think Maddison's been captain of Leicester. Whoever's normally the captain. It used to be Wes Morgan when he was captain, but at Leicester. So bring both the Jameses at Tottenham.
Yeah, look, that's show ambition, right, KPV?
Yeah, they can both take free kicks, but who would you pick? Ward-Prowse and Maddison.
Ward-Prowse all day long.
Yeah,
Ward-Prowse,
all day
yeah.
So, more free kicks than Beckham has, isn't he?
Yeah.
No, he hasn't. Beckham still leads with 18. He's only got 17. Ward-Prowse.
No, he's got more. I think James Ward-Prowse broke
his Premier League record.
Broke it like 2 seasons ago or something.
No, he hasn't. He hasn't yet, Jack. He hasn't broken it because he only needs one more to level it, but we need 2 more to break it. So David Beckham still stands like that. The stats. Beckham has more. Ward-Prowse only has 1 more. I think Beckham has 18. Ward-Prowse has 17. So he'll need 2 to be ahead, but 1 to level. So Ward-Prowse all day long. Like I want to take free kick, and he's the one. Like I take Ward-Prowse all day long. Anyone saying Maddison, like he can maybe be a good option off the bench if Ward-Prowse does get injured. Like maybe then have Madders, as they call him, or Mad. Like, but yeah, Ward-Prowse all day long for me.
Yeah, you're right, KPV. I shouldn't. Dave, what am I doing? Down KPV's, his. I doubted his trivia knowledge, Dave. I mean, that was a mistake. KPV, you're absolutely right. He's 1 away from equaling the record. I should be put to shame, Dave. I should be put to shame. I mean,
well,
KPV, I doubted his trivia ability.
Our match of the day a few weeks ago say he broke some Beckham record. I can't remember what it was, but I remember them saying it a few weeks ago.
Maybe he was like in a cup competition. Maybe he scored like a lot in cup competitions or something like
Yeah,
that.
cup
I'm not sure.
Anyway, it's not important. I'm not arguing over Ward-Prowse and David Beckham free kicks, to be honest with you.
I'll go Ward-Prowse all day long. But
Mm.
anyone want to bring both, I don't mind, but I go Ward-Prowse all day long for me because he can score free kicks, penalties as well. He can score them. So I go Ward-Prowse for me. Great captain. So I go him. That's
KPV.
what I'm doing.
What are your thoughts on the Premier League table right now, my man? Because Spurs, with Brighton sort of surging ahead of us at this moment in time, they have 2 games still in hand, and they're already a point ahead of us. So it looks like it's going to be between, what do you think, us and Villa, us and Brentford? How are we faring, KPV? How do you think we're going to do?
Palace at home tomorrow, obviously. We can go, I believe.
Think we can win that one?
Yeah, we're at home. We just beat them a few months ago at theirs when they had Vieira. Kane's second goal assist from Hill Messi. Great assist. And great goal. 2 from Kane. The Irish calf who got on the score sheet and Son did. So they're the scorers. But I expect Kane, Son, and maybe, just Porro to go on the score sheet as well. Great goal against United, I watched, and Son, Richie wasn't interfering. I don't know why Man United fans are complaining Richie was interfering. He wasn't interfering at home against United or against Chelsea in August. So, don't know why people are saying he was interfering in those 2 games. But get a grip. You got done over. You receive it. Great point for Tottenham, and their record away, Man United's away record is poor. They haven't won an away game. They only won away at Nottingham Forest recently, and that's it.
Our away record's even worse, KPV. It's shambolic.
Well, at least we won away at Nottingham Forest and Palace and all that. But yeah, away record 2 wins though away. That is it. 2 away wins. Coming in clean sheets though. So only 2 away wins. That is it. West Ham draw, Chelsea draw. So 2 away wins and the rest a few draws and losses. So look, next season will come good. Away record, it will come good. So don't worry, people. Our away record will come great next season. Obviously, the Emirates and Anfield is tough, but hopefully we can win one of them places. Hopefully it'll be the Emirates because they've been conceding goals there, not keeping clean sheets. So
we owe them next season, KPV, big time, don't we?
Yeah, them.
I wish we had Hill Messi for this match. I think he could strike some fear back into the Crystal Palace hearts. And Joel Ward, I think is still looking for Hill Messi over at Selhurst Park, KPV.
Yeah, David Clark, Wong, mate. Not 8th or 9th because we won't be in Europe. I want Europe, mate. Sorry, kid. I want Europe. 8th or 9th, we're not getting Europe because if we do 8th or 9th, no chance. I want Europe, mate. I don't want 7th Conference League because we'll just get knocked out like we did. We wasn't the right time. We couldn't play Wednesday at home. The computer just forfeited and we lost 3-0 at home. So not great. But now no Conference League. Thank you.
Did you get to see the under-18s, KPV?
Yeah, I watched it last night. Great win by the boys. Another trophy for them. I think they won another trophy recently.
Yeah, the under-17s won the same trophy a week or that prior. Any standout players from that game that you have your eye on?
What's his name? I think it's the midfielder.
Dorrington. Kyr Martin or Rio?
Yeah.
Rio Kai?
Yeah.
Or Hall.
Yeah. All of them, I think, would be great for the first team.
Yeah, who's going to be in your ultimate team, do you think, in 4 or 5 years' time, KPV?
I don't know if they're an ultimate team. I'd have to look, but it would be great for them to be in the first team. Stain Scarlet's going to be great, but it would be nice. It would be great to have them all in the team, but you can't have all of them. The manager will decide, but wish we could have all of them. But homegrown players, I don't know how many homegrown players you're allowed in that team. 5 or 6 or 7 homegrown, like, yeah. I
Yeah,
don't know how
it all comes
them.
down to how we sort of nurture them, though, KPV, you know, where we sort of send them out on loan, where that next progression from that loan move to the next one, where's that, you know, in order to like develop different skills and aspects of their game and stuff like that. So be interesting to see what happens. But KPV, Ellie's on her way out to get Thai food. By the way, quickly, Ellie, I recommend Thai curry, Thai red curry, by the way. It's absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, go ahead, Ellie. Right.
She also wanted to say KPV, you know, she wanted to know who's letting the dogs out. And so
Yeah.
before she's on her way to dinner, KPV, you know, she needs to know who's letting the dogs out, you know, so
Oh,
before she goes.
Asthmatic. Asthmatic, let the dogs out.
Big responsibility for Ash. Hopefully you can live up to it, my man.
Yeah, Asthmatic. You're ready to unleash the big dogs tomorrow at home against Crystal Meth FC. And I want to say big up to Expressions for cooking Robbie after the Man City game last week. We had it all in our hands. We got bigger fish to fry. Robbie got cooked, blood. Robbie got cooked. So I can't wait to watch AFTV after the Newcastle game on Sunday. Should be a free kick. So come on, Newcastle.
Just on the AFTV, you know, it feels like life's getting back to normal. I knew I was missing something at the end of, you know, watching games and stuff like that. And it was watching the demise of AFTV. Some of the content of people cooking Don Robbie is absolutely brilliant. I don't know if you've seen the one of that Chelsea guy, Matisse, and he's sitting over in the corner and he's throwing in the Carabao Cup, the FA Cup, spread with Tottenham tears on top. It's absolutely lovely. It's brilliant. Some of the stuff where Don Robbie's getting cooked. But KPV, my man, any last message for the Spurs fans before we let you go, brother?
Yeah, I see the Man City kit. So you're still cheering on, you know, Man City. You're still on loan over there, KPV. I see you're still on loan.
I'm on loan at Man City, man. Just helping Pep win the league. And obviously, Man United don't want City winning it 3 years in a row because United fans are going to be fuming and they don't want them winning a treble. Well, see you later, Man U. It's going to get equal. City winning the treble. Terry from the football terrace is going to be fuming if that happens. Sorry to you, mate, but you're not going to be keeping that record for long. It's not going to stand. It'll be City level treble. But yeah, I'm on loan at City. Expressions is on loan at City. So
we'll see you back we'll see you back at the end of the season, KPV, in the new Tottenham kit, my man. And hopefully we don't have to put you out on loan again. Hopefully we can keep you at Spurs the whole season.
Yeah.
Just before we let you go, I just need a quick picture of you in the City kit just for safeguarding for next season, so I can banter you.
No chance, Dave. Like, yeah, already took points off City at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium as Expressions called Champagne Lane. So it's called the Champagne Lane for a reason. But get me on for a quiz and we'll do some. Like, get Charlie on. Charlie THFC done it a couple of years ago and he lost to you, Dave, on the Real Tottenham TV. Get Ben and Sim on and do the quiz and we'll beat Ben and Sim in the West easily. So, yeah.
There you go.
Don't worry, we'll organise a quiz and make sure you're on mine and Jack's team, all right?
Yeah, and we'll beat Ben and Sim in the West easy. So, Ben and Sim, I'm calling you out, you two jabronis. Look out for the quiz. You're getting slapped. So,
love it.
Come on for the quiz soon, boys. And I'll see you all soon. Peace.
See you all soon. Go and enjoy training with Pep KPV. Big yourself. Do you know what? I bloody love that dude.
My cheeks now hurt after that joke. My cheeks actually hurt.
Makes me smile. You know, no matter how tough life gets, you know, the guy, you know, you never really see him in a bad mood. He's always smiling. I love that. Absolutely love it. But look, we're down to the last guest of the evening.
Been waiting very patiently.
He's been waiting very, very patiently. You're going to like this guy, Jack. It's the one and only Felix.
Hey.
Nice hair as well.
Thank you, Jack. And my first bit of housekeeping is to say hello, Jack.
Hey,
meeting you online. I met Dave the other week.
What did you and Dave chat about?
Oh God, all manner of things. What didn't we talk about?
You came on with a big long list.
I came on with a list. I've got another list for you, boys. Okay.
Let's go through it.
All right. Well, last bit of housekeeping is to say thank you to Dermot from THFC Till I Die because he gifted me the membership which was so serendipitous because he gifted it to me at the time where my Google account on YouTube is stuck in some verification thing where I have to verify a card that I don't have, so I can't actually buy anything in the moment. So I can't actually get my membership. And I was trying to get the membership, and then Dermot just gifted it to me. So thank you, Dermot, if you're watching. I'm sure you'll see it. Big up. And everyone go and subscribe.
Just quickly off the back of that, if there's anyone ever that sort of has them problems right like that, just get in contact with myself and Jack and stuff like that. Just let us know.
That's nice, man. That's good. That's the community right there. This is why it's the best community. And just to say, big up Dermot's channel. Go over to subscribe at THFC Till I Die, because that's a good channel as well. Dermot's a great guy, and everyone there. First point of call then. So what we got? What do we want to talk about, lads? What do we want to talk about?
Digging into Lloris, talking about the league table, everything.
All right, first things first. Dorrington in.
Yes.
Why?
No more needs to be. Do I need to explain it?
Yeah, actually.
Look, people out there.
Dorrington in.
What did you see? Explain to the people what he was doing.
Dorrington, I don't know if people. I'm surprised if people didn't see the game because they should have been watching the under 17s. I don't know what they're doing. I obviously watch it every week. I'm watching the. I know all their names. I know their parents. No, I'm joking. But it was a great game. Dorrington, no, honestly, he's serious. He's seriously good. Like here's the thing. We have really good. I really believe in this in our academy. I think there's so much potential, and you actually have to just trust players and give them a real chance. Especially because we have the facilities, and you can see by the way they play that they're good. They're genuinely good. It's not. They don't just look good. They had some good players at Aston Villa team as well.
Even the Mikey Moore kid they said he's 15 or something like that.
That was crazy.
3 or 4 years above his age group, and the way that he does as well.
Why is it just get them into training with the first team? Just have them in and around the first team, get them used to it, bring them out in the last few minutes of a cup game. Or give them put them in and around things so that they get the culture and stuff, and that they feel a part of things. Really nurture it.
What's your opinion on parent? What's your opinion? Dave had this thought where it's like they can't be given as many games as they would want, right, with Spurs. But what are your thoughts on maybe us kind of investing / developing some relationships with some sort of sister clubs or kind of like feeder clubs that that would be the best way, because they might know then that okay, I spend a year in Belgium, maybe spend a year in the championship or something, and then from there might be a pathway for me. Then from there there's an opportunity, because it feels like right now it's just a lottery game with these kids. I don't know what you think.
Oh, absolutely, it is exactly like you said, Jack. It's like a lottery. It's like we just put them in a tumble dryer and then something just sometimes falls out and
and you see him Madueke at Chelsea now, and you're like, geez, if only we actually developed some type of pathway for him, he could be playing, right in the first team at this moment. I know.
Well, it is sad and it's silly because even did Foyth come through our academy as well? No, we bought him. Okay, but we got Skippy, Kane came through us, and that was when we didn't even have the facilities that we have. We have these facilities. You can see that is the sort of thing that you absolutely require for that sort of progression of the academy and stuff. We just need the scouting and the staff and things. And then to further on to that point was that intertwines with what I want to see from a manager. So I'm fully Levy out, as a lot of people are, obviously. But if we have to live in reality where Levy is going to stay, which is obviously quite very possible, probably the likely outcome, then we have to adapt our expectations. So my fantasy is my fantasy is just go all out crazy, get Bielsa, but I know he's going to do an international job. So I just like to go the other way completely from these defensive managers. Just get a full Bielsa style, just go full out attacking. We've got attacking players. We've been an attacking team. That's our philosophy. That's our style from history. I'd rather see us fucking ship not 5, but ship 3, 4 goals and put 4, 6, 7 out in their net. Do you know what I mean? I'd rather see that sort of style than us sitting back and something. Whereas we have these attacking players, Kane, so on. Kane just needs to be up top doing what he does. I'd like to see again. So another thing I was going to say is I'd like to abandon completely this attacking wing back system. I don't know if other people feel the same way as me, but I feel like we've been brought into this by Conte and whatever. And I just think that it's too specialized. We don't have the players that can do it. Clearly, we tried. They're not good enough. we should just go back to a simple. I know the result at Newcastle was awful, but I think we should go back to get some actual defenders in, go to a proper back four, just a solid, classic, traditional back four, traditional fullbacks. Don't ask, like, get Emerson just to defend. Don't ask him to go forward. He just defends. He's good at defending. Get him to do that. Just get really solid defenders. A back four will be just solid, old traditional style that works. We know it does. Have that as a base, and then you can have the midfield two if you want to have a two, which I don't like. I'd rather have three in there. But then the way I'd probably do it is because the midfield people, everyone's now playing overloading midfields, where they're like Arsenal are playing a four, where they have like a cube of where they're doing that, and then all the other teams are pressing. If they're not playing that particular style, they're pressing your midfield so much that we're asking so much of Højbjerg, where he's playing every single game, and then he's in a two with whoever's in there.
And he's always going to be outnumbered.
He's outnumbered. And then people get, oh, Højbjerg shit, Højbjerg. I fucking hate the Højbjerg hate. Everyone needs to pipe down the Højbjerg hate. They don't understand how fucking good Højbjerg is. No, I'm sorry. I'm back Højbjerg to the hilt, because Højbjerg is serious. He's a serious footballer, and I love him. And he's he makes mistakes, but everyone makes mistakes. He plays every single fucking game for us. He's played. Sorry for swearing. I don't know if that's.
Go ahead, my man. Believe me. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I'm passionate for Højbjerg because I see so much hate for him, and it's just so wrong. Like,
where do you think it's like? Well, here's what I want to ask you first. Where does your Højbjerg love come from? Like, when did you feel like you were like, this guy doesn't get appreciated enough? And
I loved Højbjerg personally. I've loved Højbjerg since day one. When we started playing. I've never stopped loving Højbjerg from the first moment he started playing, because I've been like, this guy, I've seen him what he was about straight away. When he started playing as well, when he started with us, he was so fresh, he was so ready, he was so raw in a good way, and he was, he was putting in these tackles. He still puts in the tackles. How many blocks? Like, there's literally, I've seen it in multiple games where a team's coming, pressing us, attacking us, and the same block that it's the same Højbjerg block where he comes in from the right side of the pitch, our right side of the pitch, and he slides and blocks whatever strike it is. And I've seen him do that so many times. It's like I can literally predict. I go, oh, Højbjerg's going to block that, and I literally see him just go boom, and people don't really appreciate the work he does. He does all the dirty donkey work that no one appreciates.
Yes.
And he puts the shit in, and then he gets fucking banging goals sometimes. And he's set up. I think he's got like four or five goals this season, and then 4 or 5, 6 assists.
Do you feel like he's improved every season? That's another thing I don't feel like people give him respect for. Because when he originally came in, I thought he was that ball destroyer, like you said, and he just.
I hope I'm saying that way.
She's also, head of the Højbjerg, love crew, and looks like
Felix,
a loyal soldier of the Højbjerg army.
Absolutely, I love Højbjerg.
Do you feel like he's improved every season? Like, he's become a better player? Like, I think he has.
Well, I think he has in some way, but I think he's been overworked, so I think he's become worse at it. True. So he's made a lot more mistakes recently and a lot more errors because he's just worked to death. He's like a horse we flogged. Like, in Animal Farm, he's like the horse. I can't remember the name of George.
Yeah, good.
That no one appreciates, and he gets killed at the end for glue, and it's just like that. No, that guy was literally putting a shift in. Like, when you look at people like on Domblé who have no fucking care for this club, and then you see Højbjerg who dies for the badge. He does. I don't care what anyone says. He dies for the badge, and he's out there. He will fight for it, and he fucking gives a shit. He actually gives it. Another player I want to back, and I don't care if I get hate for it. I don't care if people disagree with me. Is Richarlison.
Yes.
Give him time. That guy. There's a player in Richarlison. I know we shouldn't have paid as much as we paid for him, but that was just the circumstance it was. And I know it's Levy again. We can go down the whole channel. But Richarlison, in and of himself, forget the price and everything. There's a real player in him. And I actually like Richarlison. He's a good person. His politics are really good, which is another separate thing.
Yes.
Unlike Lucas Moura, who's... I know we don't want to get into politics.
Yes.
But Lucas Moura is on the very wrong side of things. And Richie is on the very right side of things. And that it was kind of a weird motif that happened on that.
I love how Richie, just quickly, random thing about Richie, which I think is hilarious. Like, he's a bit like a Sadio Mane, where like all he does is just like wear like Spurs gear, like wherever he goes. Like, he's just wearing like Spurs tracksuits. Like,
I love that, though,
he'll be in like Paris or something, like with his buddies, and like instead of like wearing like Gucci, like all the rest of the players do, he's like wearing like a Spurs t-shirt.
That's another good thing about Richie. Apart from the fact that I think there's a genuine player in there, I don't care what anyone says. The fact that I don't give a shit. There's a genuine player. Richie is can be a really fucking. I was about to say world class. He's not world class, but he could be really, really, really good. And there's a reason that he's picked over Jesus for Brazil. That, like, whatever. But point is,
I just
There's a
like
player in
physical
there.
number 9s. I like guys that have
I love
no
him. I love his
fear,
style. I
like
think
no
he's
fear,
great.
like going toe to toe with a
His
center
hunger,
back and like
his
head to
hunger. He's
head.
got a real hunger. He's got a real hunger. He's got ferocity. He's got the he's got fucking what's it shithousery.
Yes.
He's and the way
He's
he
a
scored
master of
that
it.
beautiful that little header with when he finally got his goal, I was so happy for him. You know,
No.
like Richie finally
Even
got
the
his
way he
goal.
grabbed, also just when he even lifted
yeah.
himself, he grabbed the steward, the Liverpool steward, and like grabbed him by the head and like lifted himself up. I thought was even more funny.
Yeah.
This little-
That's what was so annoying about Mora for ruining it for Richie like that. But anyway, that's what I was saying.
Do you know what I like about Richie? What I've seen from him this year is when he was crying when it wasn't working out for him. I love that. You know, it shows that it really means so much to him. He really wants to give it his all. It really wants to work out. How many times have you seen players where it's not working out? You don't see any emotion. They don't say anything. You know, sort of, and or they make excuses for it.
Yeah,
Richie, you know, he genuinely, you know, it's not. If he comes out and speaks, you know, it's not just fluff.
Yeah.
You know, there's something behind it. He genuinely cares. He wears his heart on his sleeve. He's a bit like me in that sense. And I love that about the guy. I absolutely love it. Too many players just go, do you know what? It's not working out. Doesn't matter. I'm collecting my wage. He genuinely wants it to work out. I love that about him.
That's what I love about him. And like he arrived with us, and he wants to play with the team not only because he wants to play for himself, but because he's Spurs instantly. He turned up and he's like he reps the set. He's one of us. He's one of our own straight away. He like the way he adopted Spurs. You know what I mean? Not the way like again to go to Ndombele.
Did you see him playing the FIFA? The way he's
big up
like
CHFC till I died. Hope you saw what I said before. Big yourself up. Thank you for giving me the membership. That was really fucking great of you. Big up Dermot. He's great.
Big up Dermot. Did you see him playing FIFA, by the way, against the Spurs kids? Like, you know, like, and with like the Spurs ambassador guy, I forget that guy's name, but him and Emerson were playing like FIFA together. And like, he's like, with his, you know, like he's like singing, "Come on, you Spurs," like while he's like playing FIFA, like with Charleston. And then they smacked all the kids like 5-4, like, you know, 5-1. And Richarlison was like giving it large to them like every single time like he scored as well. Like it was hilarious. It was just like, I don't know, it made me love him like even more. The fact that like you see right now all these videos being released of like players ignoring like fans, ignoring like the kids especially. And
well, look what Ronaldo did to that kid's phone.
Yeah, exactly.
Smashed that kid's phone. That's when we were like,
Richie is just the opposite. Like he was just like the whole
time.
And
you know, when he scored those 2 Champions League goals and he runs to his family, that was you know, heartwarming.
Do you know what? It brings me back to something. It brings me back to something I heard. You know, Pep Guardiola say. I've heard obviously Mikel Arteta sort of allude to it. I think I've heard company allude to it at times, and it seems to be a philosophy that's stemming from that side, where it's like, in order to be successful, you know, first and foremost, you have to have good people. You know, and it does seem like, you know, with a Pedro Porro there, with a Richarlison, with Kane, people like that, it does look like you sort of are getting a core group of good people together. So
yeah, Porro's hilarious.
Yeah. All right, so let's see. The next thing is that we want to talk about, shall we?
Dermot
so I've done the Richie and
Højbjerg hate. Pointing up to the sky here.
Last thing about the Richie and Højbjerg hate. There's so many other players that deserve vitriol than they do, more than they do. Like,
what do you feel like with Romero? What are your thoughts on Romero? He gets a lot of kind of a lot of people calling Romero kind of overrated maybe now at this stage. Maybe thinking
again, I think this whole team has looked shoddy all season. Like Son as an example. You wouldn't say Son is shit. It's just that we've underperformed massively this season, and our defense is fucked. Like we need to clear out. I keep Romero, obviously. I think he's great. I think he just needs people around him. And I know some people react to that and say, "Ooh, people around him." No, he can't carry anything. We see what Dyer does. He turns his back on everything. He's ridiculous. Romero, you know, even if he does get a yellow card here and there, a red card now and again, gives away a penalty every so often.
You know,
he gives him more. He's a net positive for sure.
Do you know what? I was reading something Talksport put out. And Simon Jordan and Martin Keown were sort of talking about Romero. And Simon Jordan was saying, you know, when I was speaking to someone, they were saying last year he was a Rolls Royce defender. This year he's sort of erratic. And Martin Keown sort of just goes, he's lost his head. You know, he was a guy that, you know, he was sliding around, smashing people and stuff like that. But, you know, he timed his challenges, whereas now it just seems like he's completely just lost his head. So, and I sort of agree with him, right? It's sort of something that I said. It's like, he's just lost his head. He's sort of fallen into the crowd at Tottenham that sort of developed this culture over the last few years. How do we get someone like Romero refocused?
This is the thing I was thinking. So you reminded me of something I thought in the week, is that because there was a discussion, I think, on another stream where it was saying, like, can you just temper Richarlison to make him Romero to make him a bit more, controlled, so he doesn't be as erratic and stuff. But I thought to myself, does a player who won the World Cup playing that way, is he ever going to change?
True.
He thinks, I won the World Cup playing like this. Who's going to tell me not to play like this?
Yeah, fair point. Fair point.
It seems to be what he needs.
You know what I mean? But you know what I mean? Is he ever going to change his style? Because it's his nature. I don't know.
Well, it's his strength as well. It's like changing your strength. It's changing what you're good at, right? It's what makes him unique. It's what makes him, desirable. It's what everybody loved about him in the first place, was that he was one of the most aggressive defenders in Europe, and that's what made him so spectacular. What I think he needs is a good defender next to him that makes him not doubt himself, that makes him not feel like he has to cover up for other people. Because I think what's happening right now is he has Moonhead next to him, and it's making him sort of doubt every decision that he makes, where it's like he sees a cross coming to the box and he knows, he's like, well, he should be able to clear that, but then he's like, he probably won't clear it actually, and then he'll lunge across and maybe try to cover up for things, and then he sort of has to, in my opinion at least, I think he is seeing how the defense is collapsing, seeing all the mistakes that happen left and right. And let's be honest, he makes them himself, but it all just contributes to this lack of confidence in each other. And when you have no confidence in each other, more and more and more mistakes can happen. And you might even be a really good player yourself, but when you have no confidence in your teammates, and then they don't much have maybe confidence in you either, everything just sort of is disjointed, and there's more likelihood, I think, for, more erratic, kind of, and also the manner in which he plays, he will probably stick out more for making rash decisions and things like that, I think, too.
There's definitely
and to be honest, I'd rather he continue to clatter into people than watch Moonhead continue to just show people to the goal like he did with Rashford and like he did with Iheanacho and players like that. So
yeah, I'd much rather he put a clatter in and fuck it up than just I'm gonna turn my back and
strike a pose. Where are you, Paul?
And just, do you know what I mean? Yeah, like I'd much rather just give a foul if you've got to take the man out. Like what we saw in the under-17s yesterday. Who was it? Was it Midnight or when there was a
Chaplin took a yellow, absolutely took him out.
Yeah, just boom.
No, not Chaplin. Not Chaplin.
It was a guy steaming down the right. Linton. Yeah. And he just clattered him out, and it's just like, yeah, that's what you got to do, because that player was a saucy player. He was great. Yeah. He was gonna spin him. He was about to spin him, and it's like, no, I can either get spun or I can take a yellow, and I'm gonna take the yellow because you're not gonna spin me, and I'm gonna win this cup. That's what they had. You see those lads? They had a whole winning mentality. They had the style was great. It was
the thing is. I think when it comes to Romero and Højbjerg, right, just quickly, I think we're very quick to get onto the individual, even though we know there's a player in there and we know they're not the problem. The conversation around these guys should be steered towards partnerships and how valuable partnerships are, et cetera, rather than, sort of, they've dropped the ball, they've done this, they're no longer good enough and everything else. It's like, if Romero had a good partner beside him like he did at the World Cup, you see a different player, Højbjerg, when he had Bentancur beside him, fantastic. Without Bentancur, not the same player. And I think when we talk about these guys, the conversation should be steered more towards partnership instead of their actual individual ability being called into question.
What you just said there reminded me of something as well. As one of the little things I wrote down is partnership is exactly it. So what I want to see from whatever manager we get or anything, I want this club to just pick a manager with a philosophy and we just stick to it, and we just stick to it, and then we nurture the youth and give that manager proper time and find these partnerships like with Dorrington and the forward yesterday, Donnelly. Yeah, that chemistry they had there going forward was beautiful from the back line to the front, and you can see that they when they were celebrating, you can see that they had done that before. That was the sort of thing that they knew. You could see that they worked together. You could see that partnership, that link between the back line and the front line. There's no link in our front line and back line at the moment. It's this weird and they can't even play out from back. You know, we all know the problems there.
Yeah.
But we need to just focus on the philosophy, a style, and like you don't even need the best players. You can just have players that fit a style and a system, and they can. And other teams will be shit, but if you work them right and you put them in the right style, and we just focus on doing that over time and get Levy out of all the business. Let Robert Munn, this Munn guy, I don't know what he's going to be like. Whatever he's going to be. I mean, he's a whole other topic, but let him just do the negotiations and let the manager decide what players there are and decide everything else. Do you know what I mean? Just keep these guys out of it. Let Levy arrange Beyonce concerts.
Give somebody the keys. Yeah. Give somebody.
Yeah, just pick a manager, give them the reins, let them spend a bit of money, try and actually get the players they want, unlike what we did to Conte with Bastoni, and not like actually pulling the trigger on.
Give Scott Munn and the director of football the keys as well, right? You know, let them, because.
Well, just let him do the. Well, I don't know if he knows anything about football, does he? I don't think he does. So I would just let him do the negotiations and just let him go, and the manager tells him what players he wants, and he goes and gets them. And that's
the thing is, the footballing decisions, especially when it comes to recruitment, has got to be left in football and people's hands that actually have experience in the game, that have played the game and stuff like that, because it's more than just looking at a player and going, stats are good, let's bring him in. What stats don't measure is the psychology of the player, the mentality of the player, the work rate of the player, what his values are in life, this, that, and the other. It doesn't measure all of that. And usually, from my experience, if you've got a guy who lives his life right with the right sort of morals, that replicates into hunger on the football pitch, but then replicates, to a good standard of football. I think that's where our biggest problem is at Tottenham. We've got a lot of players who have been here for so long that they've lost their hunger, they've lost their appetite, and that needs to change. And for me, that's why I say Daniel Levy has got to stay out of the identification process. He can't. He should not have to
get out of it, mate.
Someone like him who's trained on numbers, he doesn't think about the mentality.
But will he ever, Dave? Will he ever get out?
No, he's not. He's not. He's trained in one thing. He's not going to sit there and go, look to sort of go into an interview and not directly go to the player, what's your mentality? Right. But ask him questions where he gives you answers that shows what his mentality is. That someone like Daniel Levy should not have a say on that, because he's not taking all them other things that football men know to take into account.
It's like I said last time on my debut, the last time I came on, he's not a real footballing person. He's not a serious person. He's not in terms of football. He doesn't know what he's doing. He doesn't. He should be out of it. But yeah, I mean, we could go on forever about Daniel Levy, but that's the way he is. In terms of finishing though, and on the actual title of the video, I would rather avoid Conference League. If we get Europa, I'm happy with that. I'll be all right. Like, cool, because I get to watch Spurs in Europa. Other than that, I'd rather miss it. For the Conference League. I know we shouldn't stick my turn my nose up here, but I do. I don't want to see it, because do you know why? Do you know what the biggest reason is? It's because we'll get humiliated again. We'll get humiliated again.
Yeah, that's
every single time we get humiliated. Play Enes Moura, we get battered. We play Pacos for De Ferrero Rocher, we get battered. We play fucking Ghent and Genk and fucking Zagreb, a manager's in prison. We get battered by all these players. We have to start from the ground up again. We got to be. I hate to say we got to be patient, because we've been patient for 20 years, but we got to really just go right. This is going to take a few years. Choose a manager like the Scum did, unfortunately, to reference them, but like Liverpool did with Klopp. We maybe even if we should have stuck with Poch. Obviously, if that's counterfactual, if we go back in time, we should have just stuck with Poch and given him money and given all the resources he needed. But failing that, now we're in this situation. So,
is the Conference League a distraction for the manager, or is it a benefit, do you think?
Well, I think if we get it, whatever we get, we should try and actually win it.
Okay.
Actually try. If we at the same time as I'm saying, I don't want to see it, I don't want to be in it. If we're going to be in it, then let's try and actually win it, for God's sake.
Let me ask.
Actually put out full teams and proper teams for FA Cups and stuff, instead of putting out the kids and getting battered by Sheffield or something. Do you know what I mean? It happens every time. When we've come so many. I've watched a really good YouTube video the other day by this guy called Vizé. He's a Burnley supporter. He did a Tottenham one, and he catalogued our cup runs recently in the past few years and stuff. And it was really brought it home. we've gotten to so many semi-finals, and we got to that final with the League Cup where we sacked Mourinho, and we got to a bunch of other semi-finals where we've got knocked out Chelsea and Man United and stuff, and other ones where we've lost to Portsmouth, Sheffield United, all these things, and so many times we didn't need to lose those. We didn't need to play like the kids. We could have played the proper team and tried to actually get to the final. We could have actually maybe won. Do you know what I mean?
Or even just the culture around those competitions. Like they should have put some importance around it. Like maybe even from the top down, from the manager to the players, like focus on those games and realize this is a semifinal, lads, and this is an opportunity to break the curse and break the spell. And it feels like maybe we never really got that vibe. It always feels like with the FA Cup or with the Carabao that they really, or the with the League Cup, that they really actually give a shit.
Levy doesn't give a shit. But yeah, it didn't filter through just because there's no culture of it really for some reason.
Let me ask you a question, Felix, on these cup things, right? Me, I'm of the opinion it's because you're playing damaged goods. Down the years, we played Davies, Sanchez, Dyer, Doherty, who else we played? We played Joe Hart in some of them. We played
Rodon.
Rodon
against Middlesbrough, I think it was. Did you see? Remember when he got skinned?
You played Bergwijn. You played Lucas. You played people like that. They're not exactly young. They're not kids. They're players who turn their nose up at competitions. I'm of the opinion if you get rid of them guys and you mix it up between some young, hungry players that want a career at Tottenham and some players that are looking to get into the first team, I think you'll see a difference in our cup runs. But someone else would say to me, I'm not so sure about that, Dave, because from Daniel Levy, the main objective is top four. So if we were to change personnel, would it change, or does the change in culture have to come from up above that again?
I'm fully done. It has to come from above. It's for me. It's Daniel Levy. We've been proven. Like, there's no argument for me. It's been scientifically, empirically proven by the last 20 years of his ownership. Like, we've only won one League Cup in 2008, and like since then, Leicester's won the league. I mean, Villa's going to finish above us probably. I mean, Newcastle in one season has got more philosophy and drive than we've ever had. I don't care how much money they have. There's no excuse for them being better than us in one season. Yeah. Like, it just says everything. For me, there's no debate anymore. I can't see. I gave Levy a chance when he brought Conte in. I was like, okay, last chance, Levy. I'll see if you back him. If this will work, then of course he just levied it. He just I feel, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. And how many times has Levy fooled me now? Because there's been quite a few, and I feel like a big fool. And I'm starting to feel very foolish.
He seems to be a bit of an expert at that, doesn't he? Mm-hmm. Pulling the wool over people's eyes, For instance, we could get a Nagelsmann next, and everyone's enamored with Nagelsmann, but he doesn't back him properly. He'd love
that, because then it'll be him in less than a year. He'd be gone. Yeah. That's why I really don't care. I flip between really not caring who the manager is, because as long as Ben's here, we've literally had two world-class managers back to back, people who've won everywhere basically, and ruined them. And then
I've heard that opinion. Yeah.
Before, so what difference really? I would put it to you. I would say to some university to study. I'd say hypothesis. Ryan Mason statistically will perform basically the same as any other manager would. Like if you put him next to Jose Mourinho's performance or Conte's performance in the league, I'd say he'd be maybe a standard deviation once from away worse. But other than that, he's really because nothing's really changed with this club. The players are the same from however many years ago. Basically, the core of the squad is basically the same. The philosophy's only gone backwards. We're only more defensive than we ever were. We've got cloistered into ourselves. We've lost our philosophy. We're just a corporate husk, as I said before, which is a very sad thing to say, because I've been going to some Spurs since I was a kid, and I used to love White Hart Lane and the spirit and everything.
Yeah.
But now we have a great stadium and everything, and I love it, and it's great. But we need to fill it. It's just, at the moment, it's a monument to failure. It's just that's what I call it.
The stadium's great and all, but it's really the football that sort of makes it, right? It's the football that creates that memories and stuff like that. Not just walking in, hearing a chant before the team walk out and being smacked up every week. Like, it's the football, it's the goals, it's everything else that makes that memories that, make more of a home and stuff like that. And that's what We need to start producing.
Imagine that stadium has like a team that they just have, maybe they're, let's say, 6 games unbeaten on the bounce. You've just smacked a team up last week, 3-0, maybe away from home or something. That's when you do see the stadium rocking. And even if there is that accusation of, maybe there's not enough, like maybe hardcore fans, that can sing throughout the 90 minutes. I think any fan would be singing their lungs out if they had a team that they felt extremely confident in, right? The team that they felt like they can really, feel like they can back. And
well, the thing is, our fans are bigger them all up right now. I mean, I
think we're loud. Like, I think we're
very
loud.
We have some of the best fans in the league. Honestly, we even when we're down, I'm surprised when our away fans. I can hear it on the TV and stuff. You can hear how loud we are,
especially the away fans. Are spot on.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's honestly amazing. I'm honestly so proud of our fans because they really put a shift in. And the South Stand and all that, and it's great when you're in the stadium. I'm one of them. When I'm watching the game, I'm all over the place. I'm yelling. I'm going crazy. I'm shouting down the house. The neighbors are hearing me. When I'm in the stadium, I'm the same. I'm one of these really passionate fans, so I go a bit mental. And that's what I love, and I think that's the greatest thing. And I love all the fans. I love any fandom that's like that. I don't like it when people are just sitting there. When you're sitting in the stadium and you see people just sitting, and I'm like, what are you doing?
I agree. That's a good distinction. I do feel like Spurs fans, if anything, too, with what they've been served up this season, feel like Spurs fans have actually done a pretty commendable job with trying to
they've been amazing.
Loud
what they've had to put up with. Like the guys have gone to Newcastle and gone to every all these away games, because how many we've lost this season? I can't even keep count now.
It's our worst away record nearly ever on paper.
I think it is, isn't it? Yeah. It is really.
We're 4 more goals from having our worst ever goals conceded.
The irony comes, that's happened when we've been trying to play the most defensive football that we could.
Honestly, there's a reason why that word exists, That's
what they need to put over what this season's been like. That's it. You have to laugh. That's one of my major points that I said last time, Dave. As you probably remember, I said to everyone, for your mental health, just watch Spurs ironically. Don't take it too seriously.
Yeah.
I was watching one of those compilations, that was only halfway through the season, and they already were making compilations of the defensive errors, but they put it to like a really good, kind of like melodic but also mellow kind of beat, and it made me just like want to just throw my phone out the window. I wish it was more of that clown service music, because when it's matched with like a good song, you're just like, paying attention even more, and like, you're not laughing, you're genuinely like just, like staring in shame, at like what you had to, witness. And some of the stuff that you even forget, some of the goals that we've conceded that might just wipe your mind. Like you'll watch them again, you're just like, oh my Lord, thank God.
Well, your brain doesn't protect
like you're just like, thank God I forgot about that goal, because it's just I feel like they should do that. They post 100 goals. They post 100 goals of Sonny, for 35 minutes. They might as well just post all 67 goals that we've conceded thus far this season, just to, really rub it in.
Sanchez eating the turf. That was a funny one. That was great. I mean, I'll never forget that one when he did the little shuffle on the ground. I don't know how a human body contorts in that way, where you somehow keep your back up and his head glided and he sort of chewed turf as he went along. That was amazing. And then Eric Dyer.
Sanchez, the lawnmower. That's his fucking lawnmower. Spends that much time on the grass. You may as well just pull
the most expensive lawnmower as well, because you're spending $30,000 a week on that lawnmower.
You've got Eric Dyer, what is it? He works at the airport bringing in planes with all his ranting and raving. You've got the lawnmower beside him. I mean, honestly, Jesus Christ.
The most expensive lawnmower in the world as well. It's not even does a good job. You know what I mean? And he got all the Eric Dyer own goals, and all the times he's turned his back. He's got a catalogue. He's Harry Maguire level now. It's like, it's beyond a joke. And the fact, I'll be amazed if he keeps his England place. I can't believe he even got selected. That's an indictment on England. I don't know what's going on.
Sacks out there.
I'm sure we've got literally anyone that's better than that.
You guys do. I mean, you guys do.
Yeah, literally, put me up. I'll do a better job. I can literally head the ball. I'll get in the way of the shot. You know what I mean?
There'd be less outrage as you being called up as an unknown quantity in terms of football sense, let alone, over Eric Dyer, honestly. Ridiculous.
I swear, I'll have more leadership than him as well. I mean, that Jesus, like The way he looks around after goals go in, and it's your fault, mate. It's your fucking. Who are you looking at? You're like,
him and Lloris have done that this season, actually, and that's what's pissed me off the most.
Both are both very culpable for that because they don't take responsibility. They love to shift the play, and they start looking around as soon as something bad happens. They start putting.
But this season, it's been worse than usual because it's blatantly like just so obviously one person's fault in some of these occasions, and then they're still like throwing their arms up in the air and everything, and like that genuinely like. I don't know. It does make you, if you were his teammate, want to just walk up to him and just fucking smack him and everything because it's just because then you see the guy at the same time get credited for being a leader. And if I were a player myself, I'd just be like, I mean, no.
Not only get credited for being a leader, not only that, but Eric Dyer nailed on every week,
and in the leadership group apparently as well, which is
Harry. After you got Harry Kane, Eric Dyer nailed on. More than Kulu. Kulu, he's a sub now. Son, people saying Benjamin. Yeah, Son even gets benched all the time, but Derek Dyer, no.
Never gets dropped.
Ridiculous. I wouldn't even trust the guy to clean my boots at this stage. He'll come in and the left one will be missing. It's a joke. But Felix, my man, a guy out there who's asking, have you got your own channel?
I haven't. I just saw that comment. Sorry, I didn't respond. I haven't got my own channel. No, this is only my second time coming online. I enjoy it though. This is good. I like being a guest. I don't know if I can be a...
I love it. I love the way you come on with a full list.
I have to because otherwise I'll forget everything I want to say. I've got a lot of things to say.
But look, before we let you go, my man, is there anything else on that list?
Oh, probably. We could probably be here all day. One last thing. Let me think. So we said, watch it ironically. KPV was right. Jota should have been sent off. Ashmatic's point.
You don't touch an academy kid. That's what he said. You don't touch the academy boys.
Anyone else?
It was ridiculous. That was we don't even need to describe it to discuss it. It was obvious. It's like that's ridiculous. The way I do. Ashmatic's point is great. I think Bentacle was a big miss. We need a creative player, someone who can progress in midfield. And I wonder if we should, following that from that is, should we make the back four with a solid back four if we're gonna have the two, and then 3 with maybe Richie in the middle or someone else with a creative player, and those 2 on the sides coming in to help the midfield as well.
I'd like to get back to the 4-2-3-1, to be honest with you.
That's what I mean, yeah. That's what I'd like.
Interestingly, Ryan Mason was asked in his press conference, and he said, look, we've got one more training session ahead, to work on things or whatever. But he's asked about returning to a back four maybe for the Palace game, and he didn't actually rule it out, which I found interesting. So it'd be interesting to see because when Mason was in charge after Jose Mourinho, I think for the 7 games in 2021, he played the 4-2-3-1 system, and it worked out. So for me, it'd be interesting to see if he can get back from that. Because what I would like to see is the back four minus Dyer, put in Langley or Alfie Dorrington, get Ben Davies back in there at left back, and let's see what it looks like then,
I agree with that as well.
For me, I can't judge a formation with Eric Dyer in it. You'll never get to a back as long as Eric Dyer is one of your stars.
No,
ever.
It's not fair. It's not fair on the other players to judge them with him there. It's just like,
it's not fair on the fans.
It's not fair on anyone. It's like, how am I going to judge Lewis Hamilton if I put him in a fucking beat up old Ford Fiesta or something, and then say, go and drive the F1 there and that. It's not fair to judge him in that.
It's like you think, okay, after that Liverpool mistake where he headed the ball back into Mo Salah's hands or into his path, he's going to be dropped. And he's rolled out there again. And then you think,
nailed on, mate.
After the Newcastle game, a good centre-back realises the danger, gets back to his goal line instead of standing there doing the YMCA looking for a new job after football. You're thinking, okay, surely he's going to be dropped now. Nope. And then you go on to other games that we've seen over the course of this season, all the other mistakes. You're like, surely now. Nope. No. Honestly, I want to know what he has on someone inside.
Yeah, what does he have over the managers or Levy or something? What does he have?
Definitely.
The players committee, all that stuff is just like there's so much to go on about. I'll be here all day, but
we will.
Yeah. It's unbelievable.
Felix.
Great call, though, Felix, my man.
Thank you,
closer.
Man. The
closer.
Best till last.
Right.
Lots of energy. I love it.
Get the list out for last. Bring out the list for last. The closer. I love that.
Make sure it's not the last time you come and see us.
No,
right?
definitely not.
Good to meet you as well. I'm glad we got to do this as a 3.
I'm away for a week, so you won't see me for a week. I'm going hiking and surviving in the wilderness.
Where?
Scotland in the mountains.
Nice, lad.
Yeah, for a week.
I do with my owl, lad. I love
Oh,
it.
nice.
I absolutely love it. But
Oh, it's
you're
great.
obviously, like, you're bringing a tent, camping out overnight.
Oh, mate, shall I show you my bag quickly? It's right here. I'll show you.
Go on, I'm interested.
Look. Tottenham, not Tottenham related.
Jacko, you can go on.
Where are we sending Moonhead to? We need to send him with you.
Oh, yes, lad. That's what I'm talking
Damn.
about. You know what, Felix? I love that. I absolutely love that. Fair play to you. By the way, never, ever, ever cut that hair as well.
Yeah,
it's
magical.
What
I've
hair
had it all
products?
my life.
It's a mane.
What's the hair products? What do you wash it with? It's beautiful.
Oh, just shampoo, conditioner, and then sometimes a little bit of sea salt in there, just to all.
Ah, that's nice.
Because otherwise it gets
That's
fluffy, it's very fine. So sometimes.
That's
I hope
where
Roy
I'm going
Keane isn't
wrong.
listening. He'd be too jealous. Roy Keane would be jealous.
I need to see salt, but never ever lose that hair, my man. It's absolutely ace. I love it.
Thank you.
Do you know what? There's many women tuning in jealous about your hair right now.
Flat Cap Army is jealous, to be fair. Flat Cap, I mean, you'd be ashamed to put a flat cap on that. You know,
My missus said she's jealous. She told me to ask you what you use.
Oh, yeah. No, just any conditioner, really, and lots of it. And then, yeah, that's it.
Love it, Felix. Felix, my man, we need to get you on a podcast as well, brother. Big
I'll be on it. I love it. I love it. Interaction.
Love it. We'll be in contact and we'll speak again soon, my man.
Big up to all the people in the chat as well. Big up to yourself. Good to see you, Jack. Good to see you, Dave, as well.
Best of luck with your hiking, by the way.
Thank you.
Hopefully you enjoy it, all right?
I'll need it. My fitness isn't as good as it used to be. So.
Look, lad, if I can carry this 2 stone pop belly up a mountain, you'll fucking survive. Trust me.
Yeah.
See you later.
All right,
good job, my man. See you soon.
Cheers.
Everyone, big up Felix. Absolutely love that guy. You know, I love him. He's brilliant. Love the energy as well. He can have a laugh. He can talk football, and he's got the best.
Højbjerg Glover as well, Dave. We've been missing Højbjerg Glovers, and it's good to get somebody back in here that's, defending the good name of the Viking. And I bet Ellie was proud to see that too, right? To get somebody defending Højbjerg's name once again.
Oh, 100%.
We've been missing somebody. It's a lonesome battle out here sometimes. Even I get, a bit defeated, get a bit down, even sometimes get a bit guilty of, joining along in the Højbjerg, kind of criticism. And good to get a guy, standing his ground and, keeping people accountable.
No, I love that. Ellie be absolutely delighted. She can now leave knowing that Højbjerg's in safe hands and go and have her dinner,
Exactly.
Absolutely love it.
Trooperberg is what it is.
Dermotron with the super sticker, and he's just got the hands up like that, pointing to the sky. Absolutely love that, Dermotron. I think that was towards Felix. Big yourself up, my man. He also says, sorry I could not come on today. Family issues. But if we lose tomorrow, any hope of European football next season is gone and lost. Hashtag Højbjerg for captain. First of all, Dermo, hopefully them family issues are not too serious, my man. They could be sorted out nice and swiftly. That'd be absolutely unbelievable. Look, if we lose tomorrow, forget about European football because we ain't going away to Aston Villa and winning. That place is going to be boisterous. Their crowd is going to be up for it. Especially when was the last time they had European football? Back in the 60s. So they be absolutely rip-roaring for that. So, it's going to, I don't feel like we're going to get a result away at Villa, but, tomorrow is a game we can win. And I do want some sort of European football at this football club, purely because I don't want to be twiddling my thumbs during the week. It's going to kill me. As good as they've been this season, watching a Brighton or someone in a European competition and we're out of it, it's going to kill me. It's like every time I watch it, in fact, I won't be able to watch it because every time I turn it on, I'm going to be like, it should be us. So for me, I won't be able to watch it. And look, for me, like I said already, I think Højbjerg has been the one that's probably shown he's got the best leadership qualities out of what we've got. But that's not saying much because what we've got, it's not a very high bar anyway. But big up Dermotron, my man.
Big up Dermotron. Like Dave said, echo the same thing. I hope everything's not too serious, and hopefully just like you always do, you always are good at stepping in and just helping out others. So Dermotron, hopefully you enjoy your weekend. Hopefully you have a good Friday night, my man. And we want to see you back on here soon, brother. Big up, my man.
Big up Dermotron, legend, my man. And then we've got Wayne Bonner. Who's this Dyer? Is he a football player? Some people would try and tell me he is, or he's a leader. For me, he's none. He's nothing. He's just a bystander, a passenger. They're the nicest words I could put to him, to be honest with you.
I think Dave probably needs Wayne Bonner, a good sort of cleansing, once Eric Dyer leaves. Just need to send Dave to a spa, need to send him maybe up to Scotland, to go for a nice hike up with Felix or something like that, just to sort of rid his mind, of all the Eric Dyer, just sort of, come to peace, come to sort of terms with, that his pain is no longer there. So I think everybody, once Moonhead is out of here, we need to get a fundraiser for Dave to head on over to the spa or head on over to, the mountains.
Yeah, I need a deep cleanse, Jack. My missus is saying to me, you wake up, but you're screaming Eric Dyer and sitting straight up in the bed at night time. Are you okay? And it's like, look, she keeps saying to me, stop watching horror movies. And I'm like, I can't. I'm rolled out there every week to watch it. I can't help it. It's absolutely ridiculous. But I do need a cleanse way, after they go. Big yourself up and win. Hopefully you're keeping well. Also, I think you evaded my question when we had the podcast out the other day up and live. I said to you about getting on and doing a podcast with us, so make sure it happens, man. Beat yourself up, my man, and really appreciate the support. Just quickly, earlier on, I asked every single one of you to come over to Chris Cowland's channel with me later on this evening, starting at 8 p.m. to, get in and show your boy some support and sort of make it like a nice home fixture, make me feel at home, but also B, just to make sure that these bigger platforms know they need the truth on their channel. They need the Irish Hotspur. So you guys have the power to do that. You guys are the ones that were getting me on them in the first place. So make sure you get into all the chats all the time and say, we want to see Jacko or Dave. We want to see the Irish Hotspur represented on these panels.
Love that.
Bit of bad news for you, though. Chris Cowland's show is no longer going ahead purely because he's running over in late in work and he actually won't be home till a bit later on to be able to sort of do it. But I will be on there again next week, as assured me. So again, I'll give you the time and the date and we'll all get in there and make it a home fixture for the big boy Dave. Absolutely love that. But that's it from myself and Jacko today. Another good fan show. Really enjoyed speaking to all of the guests. Absolutely love it. Wayno sneaking in here. He says, I'm up for it at some point, Dave and Jack. Wayno, I'll reach out to you on Twitter or WhatsApp, whatever's best for you, my man. Let me know, and we'll get it down and we'll get it sorted. I was going to say get down and dirty, but I don't want to give people the wrong impression, Wayno. So pick yourself up, my man. Really appreciate it.
How much Hill Messi chat are we allowed to have, Wayne? How much, can we make it half the pod, the whole pod? Let us know. Wayne, can we do a whole hour on Hill Messi? Pick up, my man.
Yeah. Big up and big up Michael as well. Yeah, look, unfortunately, we do have to bounce, my man. Yeah. Jack has somewhere to be, and I've also to run down and get something out of the shop before it closes. I will be on the couch tonight. And a bad back Dave sitting there doing the pre-match build-up is not what people want tomorrow. It's a bad recipe. So, Michael, hopefully you can actually forgive me. But for the sake of my relationship, I really do need to go and get down to the shop, my man.
We also, as well, Michael, made a bit. I think we'll do a better job about this, in the future. But we made a call out, just saying, to anybody who's holding out the link, to join when they can, just so that we have a good picture of like who is left that still kind of wants to come on and have their say. And I know we don't usually always do that, and it's a bit confusing. So we'll do a better job about that. Pick up, my man. Yeah. Hopefully you're keeping well, Michael. Enjoy your Friday, brother.
Yeah, hopefully you can understand. But anyone, do get over and check out that podcast we done with Mike. Yes. An absolute banger. It seems like people really, really enjoyed the conversation and the topic. So check that out. But look, guys, myself and Jack will be back here tomorrow. Of course, the usual pre-match build-up. Starting out, I think it's 10:30 or 11 a.m. I'll make up the time later on. Followed by the watch-along as well, and followed by a video being put out Sunday about our backline as well. So plenty of content coming your way. It's been daily for the last 5 to 6 weeks. Hopefully you are enjoying it, and we'll see you all back here tomorrow. As always, come on, you Spurs.
Come on, you Spurs.
And in the Irish Hotspur we trust.
In the Harris Army we trust right now, baby. Come on.
Come on, you Spurs. See you all back here tomorrow just to be heard all over again. See you,
everybody.
Everywhere we go.